Morning, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, today's first class will be Operations Management. I'm your tutor, Dr. Sampath here. I'll share you my screen. So, last class we started with Operations Management, and the unit 1 covers Introduction to Operations Management, Process Planning, Plant Location, Plant Layout, Introduction to Production Planning. So, I'll just give a brush up of last week's portion. So, what is called as operations management? So, in that, excuse me, 1 minute. Can you all see my screen and my voice? Can you all hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, starting from the definition, simple definition, it is act of winning a war. That is nothing but you are going to earn the profit without the actual fighting. This is actual fighting is like an arena fight. So, you are going to win a war that is called as your business without the actual fight, or even you doesn't know who is your enemy is. So that is called as your operations management. So in all the things we have a strategy. We have a strategy to execute and win a particular situation. So you would have come across win-win strategy. You also win, I'll also win. This is called as win-win strategy. So in that aspect, each and every problem has to be addressed in a scientific manner or a mathematical manner. Scientific means it involves both mathematical as well as your alphabetical or strategic problem solving. So you have to approach a problem with a scientific approach to solve a particular crucial situation to get the best result out of it. So going to the next one. So you have some 3 points here. You are going to design, control, and improve what you're going to design, what you're going to control, and what you're going to improve. That is nothing but a process or a system of transforming inputs to the outputs, that is raw materials to the goods. That is called as your operations management. In this journey of input to output, the process and the system has to be continuously improved for any kind of flaws which can be avoided. Now, going to your key concepts, there are key concepts like process design. What process, how you are going to design for a particular product. I'll give you a practical example for this. Capacity planning. What kind of inputs you are going to give and what is going to be your ultimate raw materials requirement as well as ultimate your end product is. So if you sow some 50 seeds, definitely the germination rate will be lesser or it will be more. You can get an seed sapling of more than 50 or less than 50. So if it is less than 50, you term that one as number of losses as well as the grade of the seeds will be decreasing. So if you get more than 50 seeds saplings, definitely it is going to be an high yield. Then inventory management, that is raw material management. I've given you an simple ideology, that is LIFO and FIFO. Then quality management, ensuring the quality products. So when talking about your key concepts of operations research or operations management, the process designing, capacity planning, inventory management, and your quality management. So this one, it has not been given in a sequence here. First and the foremost thing which has to be concerned is nothing but your capacity planning. What kind of capacity should I input to earn a good yield or good outcome? Then you have to manage your inventory. This will be your second one. Then about your process, and about your last point will be your quality. So I just termed this one as each stages or a strategy, whereas each strategy has to be given equal importance for getting an best result out of this. So when talking about the importance of operations management, efficient resource utilization, cost reduction, I'll highlight this one, and customer satisfaction. So ultimately, which point has to be given more weightage to earn profit or to shine in the market will be your cost reduction. Cost reduction. Then second one will be your customer utilization. Then the third one will be your efficient resource planning. So first, you have to reduce your cost in an effective manner, then ultimately give importance for customer satisfaction, and in the second stage, so this one, these two will be going in simultaneously. In the second stage, give importance for your efficient resource utilization so that you can manage your outcomes or the output goods and services in a better manner. Then role of operations management in business. So why we should use this operations management in the business? To win the competition, to be innovative in the field, and sustainability is nothing but you have to grow your business. You should never lead your business like your product life cycle. You should never lead your business to the decline stage, where starting from the decline stage it will be very hard. So you use a concept called as a product or rejuvenation to enhance your product to again plunge into the market. So the role will be having competition and innovation and sustainability. Then next one will be the challenges. What are the challenges which are faced by the operations managers in the particular field of operations management? So in this, supply chain disruptions and quality control issues. So supply chain disruptions will be the primary and foremost thing. Many of the people would have experienced are personal logistics disturbance which is happening due to the climatic conditions, or due to the vendor, or the physical damages which is happening to the product, maybe because of the carelessness of the employees. So this will be your supply chain disruptions. And quality control issues is nothing but having a periodic maintenance check for the machineries will also try to bring down your production process. So that one has to be concerned. So in this, these two are the major challenges which are faced by the operations managers. Then next one, what is the strategic effectiveness of operations management? In this, these 4 points I have given right over here: continuous improvement, technology adoption, lean management principles, and collaborative supply chain process. So I expand this one. I have already shared you the slides. I'll expand this one. So now you can see how many number of people are surrounded by a company for effective running of the business or sustainability or the growth in whatever stage the company is. These many people are involved into the particular business for effectiveness. Now from the company procures, and what is the ultimate goal for it is the profit, proper management of all the process, analyzing the drawbacks, that is maintenance process layout, wherever the trouble arises, proper analysis has to be there. Then the logistics people, time to market, that is also time management, planning, and finally you have your distribution. So in this case, how can I effectively manage this operations? So starting from the procurement, how many raw materials I'm going to get, and how many raw materials I'm going to stock, what is the shelf life of the raw materials. From there, the first batch goes into the production. I bought all the raw materials. I'm just giving you an example. I brought all the raw materials here. I sent one particular batch for the production. The remaining raw materials are in the shelf or in the godown. So if it is lying in the godown, what happens to my profit? Definitely there will be a down in the profit. If you bring in a product inside the business, definitely there will be an profit. So if the product is lying as such in the shelf, definitely the depreciation will be happening to the product, or when the age passes, definitely for certain products the profit will be reducing as a raw material. And how effectively I'm going to manage this particular problem, that is in the third stage. Then management also enhances how I manage the people right over for the production, as well as how effectively my machines are running, and how effectively I am just finishing up the final product. So these are the points which has to be noted in the management. Finally, fourth stage, we have the analysis. So where all the problems which has arisen in the procurement, profit, as well as management, to avoid all those problems, I need a mathematical expression. I need a mathematical expression for proving myself or proving it to the others what has actually happened. So in that, I'll be having the analysis. I'll give you a practical example of this. I have an example right over here so that we can have a discussion. So analysis, then finally logistics. Again, the loopholes will be formed back and forth right over to this. I travel to the logistics. So in the logistics, I have my supply chain, I have my dispatch, supply chain, and the distribution also comes into the scenario. So I have dispatched all my finished products to the market. So whether the product is reaching on time, if it is reaching on time, the requirement will fetch me a profit out of it. If it is lying again in the shop for the shelf, in the shelf of the shop, there will be a depreciation which will be happening for the product. So certain products you can see which will be sold as the clearance sale at the end of the year or end of 2 years, or maybe during a certain time period, it will be sold to the people in an discounted rate. So all these things has to have a plan, and finally your distribution. So when talking about your strategic effectiveness of operations management, how can I effectively manage my operations? How can I effectively manage my operations in a business? First one will be the continuous improvement. So continuous improvement is nothing but the product has to have a continuous improvement based upon the time period as well as based upon the market trend. The product has to change, maybe the wrapper or maybe the packing or the cover, whatever it is. Continuous improvement has to be there to attract the customers and to bring in the business. Now sustainability and consistency, in that two things. Sustainability, what is this sustainability? If I improve continuously, my business will not be having a sharp decline stage. Sharp decline stage is nothing but suddenly decreasing in the sales point. Then consistency, if I improve my product continuously or upgradation is done, I will be able to consistently travel along with the product as well as in the market in a stabilized manner. Then new technology adoption, because of batch bulk production, I need technological adoption. In the technological adoption itself, you have two things which you have to concern. One is the manpower and the other one is the automation. So in the manpower, if I improve the technology, if there is a huge requirement of manpower which has to be involved in the business, means then I have to go for automation process where cost cutting will be happening. Then lean management principles is nothing but your levels, that is your Six Sigma as well as your 5S. What strategies you are going to implement in the production process for maintaining your quality of the product. Then collaborative supply chain is nothing but you are going to utilize the product or distribute the product to the market with your collaborator, where neglection of dispatch to the market or raw material will be a continuous. Many companies now try to adopt only the dispatch, that is the logistics alone, to the outsourcing people for effective cost cutting as well as your continuous process of happening. Then till here I'll just keep a pause. We are just going to travel into the process planning here. If you have any doubts or discussion, you can ask me.
Sir, where have you shared the slides?
I'm in the operations management group.
Okay, okay, okay.
We have a group here. If you are there in the group, are you there
Can
in the
you? No, I'm not there. Can you please share the link of this on the chat?
Sir, can you share the link to the presentation again, sir? I have not received it. I'm in the group also.
again? I'll share you, sir. You can join.
I already joined, sir, but I didn't receive the PPT there.
Only 2 units will be there. Remaining, I'll share you on the go because we have the problems right over here. Exclusively, we have the simplex and the 7 problems are right over here. On the go, I'll just share you that one. Now you got the PPTs.
Yes, sir, I can see, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Kindly, if anybody is joining new to the group, kindly share this one. Okay, I'll just move on to the process planning here. If you have any doubts, because this is the introductory part where we will be talking, beating around the bush. We'll not talk much about this.
Sir, I am not in the group actually. Can you add me, sir?
Sir, I have just in the text box, I have sent you the.
Okay, sir. Okay, I can check it. I can join, sir.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you.
So next will be the process planning. In the process planning, what I'm going to do is simple example. I'll tell you. If I start up a business, any business, if I start up a business, what I'm going to do? You just leave off your capital, you leave off your dispatch, that is distribution, that comes under marketing. Uh, Example, starting from your procurement of the raw material till your dispatch of your goods to the market, everything will be coming in the process planning. So in the process, where I'm getting my raw material, so I'll just type it right over here, where I'm going to get my raw material. This is for your understanding, where I'm going to get my raw material, what process I'm going to adopt for entire production, then how I am going to dispatch my goods to market. So I have segregated, because many authors they would have given their viewpoints, but I have segregated these 3 points as the okay. So when studying about the process planning, what I'm going to consider is where I'm going to get my raw materials. So in this, you have these subpoints. That is, if I'm getting the raw material, suppose if my factory is in Haryana, where I'm going to get my raw materials. So if I'm trying to get the raw materials from the down south part, so the entire logistics cost which is going to happen is going to be a very hike for me. So instead of that, I'm going to plan where I'm going to get the raw materials which is of higher effective in cost cutting. Then how fast it is going to reach the production plant. Then after that, when it is trying to reach the production plant, how many batches I'm going to manufacture the end product based upon LIFO or FIFO. Then finally, how I am going to dispatch this particular finished product to the market. So you have many points which has to be considering while going for your process planning. So all these things which will be coming under your process. So I have given right over here selection of most appropriate process, and the tools are nothing but your machineries, and what is the sequence to achieve your final product. Final product is nothing but to the market. Suppose if I am trying to manufacture a particular product, that is any product, let me take it as an laptop itself. If I'm trying to manufacture this laptop, each parts will be acquired from different locations, that is raw material, maybe and final product for that particular industry. I can use different strategies. Why I have given A, B, C, D process is nothing but if plan A is getting failed, I have to adopt for plan B. If I am adopting plan C means I can go for plan D. So simultaneously, I should have some 4 or 5 plans to achieve the end result out of this particular business. That is the ultimate goal which has been given as the example, right? Then we talk about objectives. So in the objectives, 3 important points which we have to consider is nothing but improvement, quality, and your resource optimization. So while talking about this particular resource optimization, your operations research, the same content of your operations management, where your analysis will be coming into the part, where I'm going to adopt a mathematical expressions for achieving my end results. In certain aspects, it will be very hard for us by using the mathematical digits to achieve the end result. So we use this operations research, that is nothing but in your third unit, we use different problems like your assignment problem, transportation, and you have the game theory. Likewise, we have many problems, mathematical expressions for achieving the results. Okay. So when talking about the objective, how effectively I'm going to improve my process. So all of a sudden, starting from the beginning, I cannot improve my all of a sudden I cannot improve my production in the first scenario itself. Instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stage by stage, I'm going to improve my process for achieving the good results. Then to maintain a particular quality standard, I'm going to use some kind of standardization control measures or quality control measures to have the best product. So when talking about this, many people would have come across the gang chart, Pareto diagram, and your mean chart or the range chart, where in certain companies it will be mentioned in for the production, it will be going like a line graph, like your BSc and NSC market, it will be going like a line graph where upper limit and the lower limit will be fixed, so that I don't want a product above the upper limit or below the lower limit. Instead of this, there will be a range where the product has to maintain the same quality. If I'm going above the upper limit, means the product will be of higher cost and higher quality, where I cannot fix up the price for my product in the same manner. The cost will be high. Not only the cost, time consumption also comes into the scenario. So when talking about operations management, two things you have to ultimately remember. The first one, which is nothing but your cost, and the second one will be nothing but your time. So how I am going to effectively manage the cost, and how I am going to effectively manage and control the time. So that is called as your continuous improvement, quality enhancement, and resource allocation. In the resource allocation, there is a particular problem which is called as the assignment problem. I'll just show you an example of this assignment problem, how it will be. I'll jump off to this. Okay. So now you can just see here, there are 5 different kinds of jobs and there are 5 different kinds of operators. So these are the time which has been given or which has been taken by the people to accomplish that particular job. So When considering this, we can easily identify, by seeing itself, I can easily identify to whom the job one has to be assigned. So if I'm considering this one, there will be a bit confusion. Which is the lesser amount? This is the lesser amount. So job one can be given for the operator. Then job 2 can be given to the operator 2. Then job 3 can be given to the operator 3. Then there will be a bit confusion. Job 4, either it can be given to the operator 2 or operator 5. Then finally, job 5 can be assigned to the operator 1. So there is a bit confusion here. You cannot come to a conclusion at all. You cannot come to a conclusion. If I select this one, then the job 1, where I have to give, whether to the operator 5 or to the operator, remaining operators. So for this, I'll be using a strategy to achieve the results. I'll teach you this problem. So now going back to the process planning, next will be the key steps involved in process planning. First one will be your product analysis. So which product I'm going to manufacture and what is the process of that product production line which is going to happen. Then next comes your process selection. So in the last slide we spoke about different plans which has to be adopted. If plan A fails, I'll go to the plan B. If plan B fails, I'll go to the plan C. So you should have the supporting, like simple example will be your car and the jacky and your extra wheel for the case of puncture which is happening while you are traveling. Okay, I should have a plan. Suppose even if your stepney is punctured or of less air, then what is your plan C? You will approach a nearby shop. Suppose if you don't have a nearby shop, now you have one more option which is nothing but SOS calls, nearby road assistance. So what kind of a process I'm going to select for the production? Then finally, routing. Routing is nothing but which way I'm going to use, that is literally talking about your Google Maps, which way I'm going to use for this particular achievement of the final result. So in the Google Maps, you would have seen normal blue color line which is taking to the destination part. In that, orange color or the yellow color line will be mentioning about less traffic zone, and red color line will be with the high traffic area. So in this case, how it is calculating, which is nothing but the particular map which will be having a direct link with your server. When your car slows down and continuously moves around by 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, it will be mentioning that one as your yellow color line, which is of less traffic. So when your car is moving around by 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers, definitely it is going to be a delay in the reach. So it will be mentioning it as red color line. Normally you can see that there are some pop-up windows. It will be showing faster than the other route or slower than the other route. So if it is faster means how many minutes, if it is slower means how many minutes. So you have an alternative also. Alternative means avoiding the tolls. So this is called as routing. Then standardization and documentation process. So what is the standardization? It starts from the production process itself. How effectively raw materials are reaching the company, how effectively the first batch is produced, how effectively the second batch is transferred from the godown to the production plant, how effectively the documentation is nothing but if suppose plan A fails, whether I can go for plan B or plan D. because there will be a controversy. If you have some 5 plans also, I cannot go in sequence. Instead of going for plan B, I'll be trying to go for plan C. So there will be a hindrance for this. So standardization and documentation is nothing but your maintenance of the quality about manufacturing the final product also comes into the scenario. Okay, then cost estimation. Cost estimation is nothing but 3 things will be involved into this. The first one will be labor. Instead of labor, use the terminology as human capital. Nowadays that is more predominant in this field, which you have to mention about human. Nowadays humans are considered as the capital for the company. So don't try to use it as labor, so use it as human capital. Then materials, raw materials or the finished products, and overall cost. So when you consider all these things, you can fix up a price for your product. Simple example will be your 1 rupee candy, which is normally manufactured. So if it is sold for 1 rupee candy, what are all the things you should consider? If the company is getting the raw material from the vendor, to what cost he has to get the raw material for manufacturing this one piece of 1 rupee candy? Then how can he fix up this 1 rupee? Then the wrapper, then the again second wrapper, then machinery cost for manufacturing this, then the labor cost, then the dispatch to the market, then the retailer's profit. So then wholesalers profit, then the retailers profit. So when it is trying to reach the customer, if it is mentioned as MRP, what are all the things which has to be involved into this? All those things has to be finalized and it has to be given to the customer for 1 rupee. Okay, so a simple example for your process planning. Then next one, what are the different challenges for your process? Same condition as we spoke already, changing in the technology. Changing in the technology. So variability in demand. So I have given an example as your Good Day biscuit here. So previously, maybe 2 years back, the Good Day biscuits had a design of straight lines on it. So you can just see the Good Day biscuit with these straight lines. Nowadays it is not straight. Instead of that, they tried to change it as a smiley, because it is round shape. They changed that one as a smiley face, and they try to achieve the market continuous improvement. Now you can take one more thing also, that is the Britannia milk biscuits. So starting from the beginning, the logo or the picture on the wrapper, it will be like a milk bottle filled with all the biscuits. So simultaneously, what the customer will be getting in the mind is completely the biscuit is made out of milk. So it is of highly nutritious value. So in this case, they forgot for nearly 20 years about this particular picture, and they changed the color also to blue color, starting from white to blue. Then again, now if you see, their entire blue color has been eradicated, and again white color came into the scenario. So the previous process of production has been tried to implement in this particular manufacturing of Britannia biscuits. Then resource constraint, final point is the resource constraint. Resource constraint is nothing but machineries, skilled labors, and your financial aspects. So where all the companies will be feeling or facing the consequences or the troubles is nothing but continuous production 24/7. If the machinery is running, maintenance has to be there. So for that, you should have an subsidy. All of a sudden the machine cannot be stopped for 1 day for the production, so it will be a huge loss. If huge loss is happening, again the particular proprietor or the owner of the business has to consider paying the rent, paying the salary, paying the electrical bill, paying the water, all paying the government taxes, all these things has to be considered, and any other alternative plans has to be adopted for overcoming this particular constraint. Then final point is why I have to adopt effective process planning. So to reduce cost, I can assure the quality, I can improve the productivity and also my efficiency of the company and flexibility. Now, when talking about this, I'll give you an example. Can I have some volunteers here? This is an example. Any volunteers can involve into the Okay, I'll give you an example here. If suppose I want to manufacture a pressure cooker of 1 liter, so I need the PSI. The government norms is PSI should be between 55 to 60. So in a batch of production, it takes around 2 hours for manufacturing 20 pressure cookers. Each piece is checked individually. Each piece is checked individually, either manually or an automated process. So the record will be like this. Okay, the record will be like this. So now I just mentioned about 55 to 60 psi. In that, fourth piece which has gone to 51, and the sixth piece which has gone to 52, eighth one 51 simultaneously, 51, 52, and 51 again. Suppose if any other piece, my 20th piece is around 65, my 20th piece is around 65, and my second piece is around 66. So what I'm going to do right over here is I'm going to try to avoid these pieces or this particular production numbers for effectively maintaining these ranges, because if it is going for 66, it is of higher grade where my cost will be high as well as time consumption will be very high. Now again, going back to the lower range 51, 52, I'm trying to avoid this one, because if it will be taking lesser cost as well as the quality will be going down and the standardization cannot be achieved. A simple example of the process planning. Then by this I keep an end to the process planning. If you have any doubts or discussion, you can ask me.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Sir, in terms of these PSI government norms that we have, so like a consumer like us, we are not, having the knowledge of PSI and etc. to validate and check if the company is, following the norms or not in terms of production. Even the production will be, is out and it is reaching to the consumer, either lower the PSI which is given to the, by the government. So I just wanted to understand how the consumer will be, benefited, or maybe it is how impactful the customer will be about that.
Sir, this one regarding the PSIs, normally we don't consider. One more example I'll try to quote. Many of us only in the urban areas we are much concerned about this PSI. One more example I'll give you regarding the production and the due date of expiry, maybe medicine or any food product. Normally in the urban areas we are much concerned about that. So this is currently which is developing right now. So in country like India, we need to get the product alone. So what the company has to do is, here comes one more scenario, that is nothing but CSR. corporate social responsibility. So using that corporate social responsibility while advertising, like your cigarette packets, when it is advertising, everybody knows that if you take cigarettes, definitely there will be an
Warning.
hindrance. Yeah. Pardon me, sir.
Sir, warning will be there, no, on the top
Yeah.
of the packet.
Warning will be there, but we people doesn't consider about that. All over the globe, the cigarette packets are printed with the cancer photos and it is sold. We don't consider that, but we limit ourselves. So when in the batch production, if it is 66 or if it is 65, I don't have much trouble where my product will be performing so good. If the other products are working for 10 months or 12 months with the same old product, that is maybe the gasket or maybe the other extra enhancements like your pressure whistle or something like that, it will be working for more than 13 months or 14 months. If it is lesser, there is a high chance where it might get damaged in 8 months or some kind of an accidents might occur. So this is purely because of knowledge development, that is creating awareness among the customers. Only through that we can achieve this. And probably I think so I have answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
So any other discussions, or can we just move on to plant location?
Yes, sir. Good to move.
Yeah. So now the first and the foremost thing, a general operations management. Then we spoke about the process planning. Now comes the plant location. Now, as per Indian government, many people are from urban areas where outer the city, one particular zone will be fixed for the production alone. So it will be termed as 118 sector. Maybe recently I visited Haryana where 108 sector or 121, maybe something like that, or some companies, some captions will be given. It will be like Sitco or small scale industries, SSI. A particular area will be fixed for them where majority of the places will be given for the company based upon the lease, where they have to pay the taxes. It will not be as rent. They have to pay the taxes to the government for operating that particular land, and you have to show the effective disposal of your effluents, that is the byproducts should be effectively done. So if it is happening like that, you can try to avoid the pollution or any unethical behavior based upon disturbing the environment. So plant location is nothing but where I am going to locate. So we have different sectors, different zones all over India. So actually I am from Andaman. Now we have only one. We are very limited in the space. We are only 40 kilometers of width and 300 kilometers of length. So in this, we have three places: north, south, north, middle, and south Andaman. So exclusively talking about North Andaman, we have agriculture. Middle Andaman is also agriculture, and the South Andaman, where you have the capital of Andaman, which is Port Blair, we have a special economical zone where which is located outer to the city, maybe from the city to the economical zone or the industrial estate, which is around some 15 kilometers. You cannot go beyond that. So effectively we have to manage our products. So one of the good example of Andaman is nothing but normally you will be getting 1 liter or 10 rupees water bottles in the mainland, but in Andaman, exclusively to avoid this particular constraint where customers will be facing the trouble. So to avoid this plastic consumption, only 2-liter water cans will be available. Nowhere you will be getting that 10 rupees water bottles or juice bottles or any 10 or 15. Instead of that, you will be getting only 2 liters of water can or 2 liters of water juice, and exclusively all the juice bottles, it will be definitely in glass bottles, where you have to pay for the glass bottles, and also you have to utilize this. You can return back also, or you can just throw it. So to effectively maintain the environment scenario, people right over here in the government sector, they have just done a effective measure like this. Now, talking about the plant location, I need to fix up a plant location where my raw material will be achieving very fast or reaching me very fast, and it has to be dispatched to the other places also. So if it is in anybody from Haryana, nearby Delhi, maybe South India, Hyderabad,
Yes, sir, from Delhi, sir.
Delhi. Thank you, sir. So you can just see that sector 118 is there, no, sir?
System?
Sector 118 or 108?
It's ambulance services you are talking about, sir? Emergency services?
Not the emergency service, sir. It's an industrial estate.
It's talking about
Okay, special
sector.
economic zone.
It's a Noida or
Sector.
Gurgaon.
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
talking
Sectors, everywhere it is sectors are there.
about. Yes.
IMT Manesar also one of it, such sectors.
Okay, I just had a notice that when I'm just traveling from Delhi to Himachal, each
Okay.
place that is on the way, 4-track or 6-track lanes,
Yes.
front side majority it was given to the hotel industry
Hmm.
or else agriculture. So these sectors are done at the backside part of this particular agricultural land. So
Okay.
if I talk about Haryana, all my raw materials, majority of Indian products which are manufactured exclusively will be traveling from Haryana. Even if you book anything from Amazon or Flipkart, you can see that it has been dispatched from Haryana. So it is a biggest industrial estate where the company will be receiving the raw material. One company's end product will become the input for the other company. Suppose if I want to manufacture a container, my raw material will be the sheet metal. So if I want to get the sheet metal, it will be nearby. Maybe within 1 or 2 hours, I can receive that sheet metal and I can start my batch production. And once again, it has to be shipped. The major constraint for this Haryana is containers normally used to travel through the seaway, where it will be a major constraint from reaching from Haryana to either Calcutta or any other down parts like your Mumbai or Vizag or Chennai or Cochin. So likewise, there will be a road transport which has to be implemented for reaching these places. So regarding your plant location, where I'm going to set up this particular plant, where my raw materials and my finished products are going to effectively reach the marketplace. So that we are talking about the plant location. And when talking about the factors influencing the plant location, you have some 8 points which you have to consider. Raw material, achieving the raw material, easy market access, then the labors and the other ingredients which are to be implemented or effectively managed from your nearby places. Infrastructure, I spoke about, as sir is from Delhi, I spoke about the infrastructure nearby places, so that the cost will be kept. And regarding the government policies and incentives, that is taxes which has to be paid, and the cost of the land and construction, climate and environmental factors, and competitiveness among the competitors or your fellow being companies. So these are the factors which will be influencing, or if you consider all these 8 points, your business will become as an flourishing one or a sustainable one. So when talking about different kinds of plant location, single facility, then multiple facility, centralized and decentralized, global and local. So single facility is nothing but a small scale industry. Simple example will be your small scale industries, maybe up to 5 crores or maybe up to 50 lakhs. From 50 lakhs to 5 crores will be your single facility. Multiple facilities is nothing but your chain of restaurants where cloud kitchen will be happening. That is, one particular kitchen will be manufacturing and it will be distributing, where the food will be reheated and it will be distributed to the customers. Centralized and decentralized is nothing but, again, this one comes into the scenario, which is centralized means large companies or medium sized companies and large scale companies. Decentralized will be your cottage industries. Then global versus normal. Global versus normal is nothing but global companies like your lace production in different places, or Pepsi company or Coke companies manufacturing in different places. Then the local will be your same condition, same juice bottles which are manufactured by the local residents of India. Right? These are the different kinds of plant locations. Then,
Sir, what is the centralized and decentralized? Can you come?
sir, centralized is nothing but it will be like you will be trying to manufacture one particular product. Simple example will be your cloud kitchen. Okay, centralized. Cloud kitchen. Where, sir? Where are you from, sir? Can I know the place,
Yeah, from Kolkata, sir.
sir?
From Kolkata.
Okay, from Calcutta. So your famous brand is Haldiram, sir.
Yes, sir.
So they started with this snack items and the chat items. So it is tried to produce in a particular place, and from that one particular place, it is distributed to all other places. Now their new businesses. Recently, I just came to know, maybe 3 years or 2 years back, they started with the hotel industry also. Simultaneously with all the snack items, they started with the hotel industry also. So it is given as a franchisee. So based upon their snack item, it is manufactured in each location. That is, maybe in the, you are from west part, maybe Calcutta. So if it has to be distributed in Mumbai, one particular sector or industrial estate, they should have a plant and they should manufacture. If I am trying to move from this particular place to that Maharashtra or Mumbai, definitely the product life will be very lesser. So what I'm trying to do is, I'm going to have a centralized location for all these distributions. Maybe Calcutta means I'll just make that Calcutta as the head or capital. So nearby some 150 to 200 kilometers, I'll be distributing that. So traveling to Mumbai, Mumbai will be having some 200 to 300 kilometers. The product will be manufactured there and it will be distributed. So this is called as the multiple as well as centralized. So multiple means each, like franchisee, each place will be having your production plants, and from there you will be distributing to the remaining places. Now talking about the decentralized, which is nothing but, simple example will be your cottage industries, local residents of India, or maybe example will be your cottage industry regarding your snacks related to your SHG, self-help group, maybe women self-help group or a common self-help group. They will produce and they will start to distribute among this particular location itself. Example will be your cottage industry, SHGs, maybe Everest masalas, and MDH. These masalas started in the time period of 1970s or 60s. During that time, it was a cottage industry. where they started to distribute only for that particular locals, and from there it started its venture. Now, these particular Everest Masalas having their production units in different places. Okay, so I have answered your question.
Yes, sir. Got it. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, can you please go to the previous slide?
Ma'am.
Types of, can you please go to the previous slide
Yes,
wherein
ma'am.
you have mentioned about types? Sir, are these all are the types of plant location?
You're asking about
Okay. Sorry, sir. I got actually I thought it's plant layout. So sorry, sir.
plant layout is something different. Many people will try to write an mismatch question. So kindly have, ma'am, thank you for the question. I'll just mark it with red. Once again, I'll share you the slides. Plant layout and plant location are something different. In the plant layout, always remember about these two. So this is something psychologically I'm just telling you. You just remember this one particular word for layout, that is layout only. When you're talking about layout, remember the ship example. Ma'am, can I have your name, ma'am?
Janaki, ma'am. Sir.
Ma'am Janaki, ma'am, many people will be getting confused because of this plant location and the plant layout. So when
Yes, sir.
talking about layout, kindly have in the mind that it should be ship, because the basic reason how people will be remembering this layout is nothing but for manufacturing any product, you get the raw material to one particular facility and you will be dispatching to the other, where a ship cannot be manufactured in different locations. So nearby the seashore, all the products has to be brought and it has to be constructed. Okay, layout, you can also remember the particular word which is called as construction. So you can keep it as plant location and plant layout construction.
Sure, sir.
So
Thank you, sir.
try to answer that one, because this is these two things are very important questions, maybe for 5 marks or for your long answer. Exclusively talking about layout, it will be an bigger answer. Okay. Janaki ma'am, you just try to ask about this layout: process, product, fixed, and cellular layout. So I have given the example also here. So you can try to give this one. So next is your next class has been started. So layout, I'll finish up this particular portion by next class, and we will start up with 2 classes are over, 4 classes are pending. We will start up with the problems. That is, you have unit 3, transportation assignment, inventory control, and deterministic models, and manufacturing model with and without shortage. So I'll teach you all the problems in an easy manner, as well as one particular software is also there, online software is there. So if you don't get any answers, you can try to give the problem in ChatGPT so that you can get the answers for it. And you can, so I have given my number also in the slide. Whenever you are having trouble, you can just reach me so I can teach you the problems. Can we wind up the class today?
Sir, I just wanted to ask one question.
Yes, please.
This semester we have operations research and operations management, and both are different subjects for this semester.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
could you please explain us in brief? I mean, if you could give us a brief picture about the two, how are they different, or the similarities, and how these both the subjects they support each other?
Okay.
If not now in the next class also it would be fine, sir.
Simple,
But if
ma'am.
you could
Very,
give us a
very simple, ma'am. Ma'am, you have, everybody would have traveled. Sorry, everybody would have gone to hospital to maybe visiting people, patients, right?
yes, sir.
So the pad, that is the writing pad, which is hanging in front of the bed, will be having alphabets as well as numericals, right? alphabets as well as numericals. Each 1 hour, the nurse or the sister, she will be recording the blood pressure. So 120/80. 120/80 she has recorded, right? 120/80 she has recorded, and that numericals is said to be your operations research. And what I'm going to achieve that, result I'm going to give continuously. If today she is measuring for 24 hours like this, if she is measuring 24 hours like this, numbers will be there. After that, the average will be taken, and finally some wording she will be writing like this. Now the blood pressure is okay based upon today. So that wordings are said to be your operations management, and these numbers are said to be your operations research.
Thank you, sir.
Simple, very simple, ma'am. When explaining, can you see the picture here?
Yes, sir.
Procurement, profit, management, logistics, time, plan, distribution. These are said to be operations management. Analysis alone will be your operations research, where you will be converting the numericals into the end result. I have shown you this particular table here. So end result, what I'm going to achieve is, this is my end result, which job I have allotted and totally how many hours. So this explanations will be operations management. All these numerical calculations will be operations research. So I'll just wind up because next faculty has come.
Thank you, sir.
Shushin ma'am, you have any doubts? Can I wind up?
Sir, can you please reshare the PPTs that you have shared on the group
Definitely,
once
ma'am.
again?
Definitely.
Yeah,
I'll just
thank
share you right now itself. I'll reshare the because certain important things I have given.
Yeah, because even if you share that previously shared link, for whoever joined now won't be getting the access, so that's why.
Everybody are there in the group, no?
I was just joined the group, so I was not able to access the link from there.
Okay, the same link you will be there. I have just given. I have pinned here.
I have joined the group via the link, sir. Just that I can you please reshare the PPT? Only the
Yeah, I
PPT.
shared, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll meet by next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I was waiting in the lobby. Fine. So we'll start without wasting much time. So we are. I think last was what was the last topic that we discussed?
Marketing mix, sir.
Sir, I have a doubt. So, regarding result, is there any update when they will release it?
Result you are asking?
Yeah, yeah.
Prashant sir, actually I don't have any idea regarding this
Okay.
examination results and all.
Okay.
Okay, you can check with maybe the team. Fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Hope this particular maybe slide is visible to all of you.
So, hi. In product mix, we have like a certain case studies to do that.
Yeah, which one?
In product mix, there is
Yeah, so what I was thinking maybe last day, maybe the last hour, we will spend little time for this case analysis. Instead of maybe discussing one by one, I will share the material first. That is, I will share the PPT first before the last hour, and all of you can go through the material and we will check few cases, or we will have a blueprint how we can go with the case studies. So this
makes
will
sense,
be
sir.
applicable for maybe all the cases, not only this subject, maybe other subject also, how you can go with the cases, what are the steps you have to follow the cases. So this is what I was planning for this particular subject. Because if I discuss one or two cases here also, it won't be coming in the examination. You will be getting a fresh case. So how to go with that case, only we need to know the context and how we can present the case analysis is also important. So that I will do. Okay.
Makes sense, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
We
Fine.
were in
So
product decision actually.
yeah, yesterday
Yeah.
I think here only we have done. So all these points we had a discussion, right? How we can do or modify the existing product lines. What is product line? What is product mix? Right? All these things. I hope yesterday we had a discussion, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think this is the next topic that we had a discussion maybe in the last. That is brand decision. So what is brand? What are the elements which are coming in the brand? Maybe decisions or brand element. Also we had a discussion symbol, sign, term. Okay, all these things. I think this slide also we have completed, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is the next maybe important topic that is coming in your maybe syllabus. To brand or not to brand. So you might be seeing a number of products which are there in the market which is not branded, which is not having any symbols, which may not be carrying any name, right? So in the common category, it may be sold. Even in the market also you can find there are a number of products which are sold unbranded. Okay, so what can be the advantage of being into brand or being into a specific name or label? What do you think? What are the keywords which is coming to your mind? You can share because I didn't keep all those things in the slide.
So when it comes to brands, people have faith to that company's logo or maybe brand that okay, the product would be better, quality would be good. So these
Yeah,
things like comes into picture when we are going for the brand.
quality, consistency, and trust. Right. So these are the few keywords. Apart from that, if you are having the brand, you will be having the reliability. Will be there, right? You can rely that particular trust that particular product because it will be having a consistent maybe consistency will be there with respect to the quality part, right? So all those things are there. Apart from that, again it will be easy for you to communicate or place among the targeted consumers and all. Okay, so if you're not having a label, if you're not having a maybe the name, you will not be getting any differentiation among the group of competitors. Okay, so if you are selling it like a general product without having any label, without having any name, or without having any identity in the group of maybe other products, it will be very difficult for you to get the attention, right? So brand will be always giving an extra attention for the product. Okay, so this is the another key word which is coming to your maybe in this particular unit, that is packaging. I hope all of you know what is packaging and what is the relevancy of packaging, what are the qualities of good packaging and all. This is the same understanding. Okay, what is packaging, I hope all of you know, refers to the process of designing a package for the consumer product. Okay, packaging will be having a number of maybe helps with respect to the protection part, attraction part, identity part. Okay, so in the promotional part there are a number of roles which are there for the packaging. Apart from that, you will be getting description, you will be getting the price details, you will be getting about the quality standards, you will be getting to know about the dates, right? All these things will be available in the packaging. So packaging is one of the important maybe element in the marketing maybe strategies. Okay, so packed goods, unpacked products you can find. So we will be always look for this particular packed one because it will be having the hygiene, it will be having the other elements, whatever I stated before. So there are some qualities for good packaging. You can get some questions. You may get some questions from this area. What is packaging? What are the maybe requirements or prerequisites for the good packaging and all? Attractive appearance, convenient for storage and display, shield against damage or spoiling, right? Product description shown on the packages. Apart from that, other details, mandatory details also there. Disclaimer will be there, right? All those things can be projected through the packaging part. Okay, so what can be the functions of packaging? With this explanation, I hope all of you will be able to contribute some keywords, only keywords required. If it is right or wrong, don't worry. What do you think? What are the functions of packaging? It's already given in the
About the,
slide.
yes. So preservation.
Increase the quality.
So idea about the product.
Idea about the products, that is description about the product will be available. Plus,
Yes.
Aziz is telling presentation is there, right? Presentation of the product, how it will be reaching, how you are presenting to the maybe the potential consumers. Yes, somebody else was telling.
It provides a quality, also increases the quality.
It provides,
Quality increases the quality of the product.
yeah, it increases the quality of the product, right? Differentiation from competitors' product. Rajeshwar is telling yes. You, if you are
Safety
having
and
an attractive maybe packaging, it will be given. It will give an
Safety of
differentiation.
product.
What, Ravi sir?
Safety of product. How the packaging is done. That,
Safety of the
right.
product.
Yes.
Yes, packaging will enhance quality as well as safety protection for the product.
Suitable for transportation.
It will be suitable for the transportation. Yes, if you are maybe moving the product from one place to another place, if it is having the right packaging part, it will be useful for the better and maybe efficient transportation. Fine. So those things you can just keep it in mind.
Time period for the uses.
What, Ankit?
Sir, at how much till how much time we can use it? I mean expiry
Yeah,
date.
yeah. The expiry details will be available there, right? All those things. And Rajeshwar is sometimes I think packaging things like box or covers also works.
And sometimes the
Advertisement.
instruction how to use the product and all that inside.
Yeah, all the disclaimers. Okay, all the disclaimers to the users will be available in the packaging. And also you can also find some maybe standardization of product, ISO, all these things, right? So that also you can find in the maybe packaging. Sometimes if it is maybe if it is like purely veg items, purely maybe non-veg items, all these things are having some symbols. All those symbols also you can find in the packaging. So it will give complete information plus extra advantage for the marketers. So all these keywords you can just keep it in mind for this packaging function part. Okay, I didn't keep those things intentionally to get from your side. Okay, so thank you for contributing those things. The next keyword that we are going to learn is labeling. Okay, so labeling is a component of the product mix in the in marketing that involves designing and preparing labels for the outermost part of the product. Okay, so which is the one that we talked earlier. It may be talking about the national and international standards. So ISO standards and all you might be heard, right? You might be seeing some maybe labels which are there. Okay, apart from that, even as I said, uh, for the veg, non-veg, pure maybe meat products and all, you can find on the packaging. You can find some labels which may be talking about the type of product. Okay, apart from that, if there may be some mandatory requirements, if you are selling some vegetarian, maybe vegetarian products and all, for the vegetarians you have to keep those symbols or labels, right? For the products which are not under the veg part, again you have to have some different labels. So labels also important for the marketing part. So there may be some requirements from the regulatory maybe compliances that you have to follow such kind of things in that case. Okay, so labeling part also you can just keep it in mind. Oh, that's it regarding the labeling
Sir,
part. Okay,
what do you mean by product mix?
product.
Product mix.
Yeah, product mix, we had a discussion yesterday. No, see, suppose if you are taking an example of VGuard or Impex is a company who are dealing with a different kind of products. Okay, so not like in the same kind of products. Suppose if you are a company, if you are having a company which is dealing with a variety of diversified kind of products, all this put together you can call mix only. Okay, that is product mix only. Product line is in the same product or type of product, we will be having a variety or variations. Okay, so if you are taking in the shoe industry or shoe company, manufacturing company, you will be having formal, informal. In the formal itself, there will be maybe waterproof, without waterproof. All this maybe variations will be there. All these things are coming in the product line part. Product mix part, for the same company, you will be having shoes, you may be having clothes, you may be having something else. Okay, so all these things put together, product mix.
Got it,
Can
sir.
you
Thank
please
you.
explain again the labeling?
Jiva, can you please maybe talk a little more louder? I can't able to hear you.
Okay, sir. Sir, can you please explain again the labeling?
Yeah, labeling part. See, suppose if you are going with the products, okay, there will be
Okay.
n number of maybe symbols or labels which may kept on the packaging part. Okay, so
Okay.
some products you can find the standardization, that is product standardization. For gold and all, you can find 916. Okay, then ISO maybe standardization also you can find for some products. So these are the things which are talking about the labeling part. Labeling will be helpful for you to get more clarity and more clarity with respect to the quality of product, standardization of the product. Apart from that, legal complaints of the particular product.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so sometimes you can also find some labels which are talking about the handle that particular product, maybe that particular package with more care. Right, you can't use the hooks, all these maybe instructions you can find. So instead of using the text, you can use some labels to represent that particular instruction.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so that's it regarding
Sir,
that.
in one line we can say that labeling is whatever mentioned in the packaging, that is called label. In written.
Packaging, it's not like textually, there are some maybe symbols, maybe certification, trademarks. Okay, all those things you can keep. Not only the yeah, that will be giving the different labels will be serving different purpose. So we cannot have one keyword for the same. Instead of that, you can use this different keyword. That third point you can keep for the labeling definition or maybe labeling explanation part.
Okay.
Okay,
So in short, labeling is a part of packaging.
yeah, labeling is coming into the packaging also, because in the on the packet only we will be having the labels. Even in the box also you will be keeping the labels. Okay, clear. Even without having the packaging also you can have. We were talking about the gold, right? There are some labels which are talking about the quality of gold, that is 916 will be marked in that particular maybe gold product. Okay, so without packaging also you can find labels there. That label is talking about the quality of the gold. Okay, so labeling is probably most of the cases labels will be coming on the package, but without packaging also you can we can talk about the labels. We can maybe connect with the labels.
Got it.
Clear?
Thank you.
I'm not seeing who is asking. Sorry. Okay,
Okay,
fine.
sir.
Is it
Thank you.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Got it, sir.
Thank you. So now the next topic that we are going to discuss is new product strategies. Okay, product development strategies. So I hope new product development somewhere we had a discussion before, right? What do you think? What are the stages which are required or which are there for the new product development or new product? Maybe product life cycle you might be seen somewhere, right? I'm not seeing the. I think packaging things that box or covers also advertisement for the company. Yeah, exactly. Fine. So without using or wasting much time, we'll go. So product life cycle, all of you might be heard before, right? What is product life cycle? How many of you heard about product life cycle before? You can find some maybe
Yes, sir.
four stages here: introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Okay, so these four stages only talking about the product life cycle. Okay. Suppose if you are starting a business or if you are implementing a new product in the market, all the products will be going through these four stages. That is introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage, and declining stage. That is, every product have to have these particular phases, but these phases will be taking place maybe in different time period. Some products may be maybe implementing today, and it may be withdrawing maybe in the next month. Some products may be implementing today and it may not be withdrawing within 10 years also. Okay, so the time period will be varying from product to product, but each and every product will be having such kind of stages. Okay, so this particular life cycle only called product life cycle. That is introduction of the product, growth of the product, that is growth of the demand in the market for the product, then maturity stage, okay, and declining stage. So I'll be showing one maybe slide earlier. So, okay, so this is the product life cycle maybe definition that you have to remember. Is the length of time a product first being introduced to the consumers until it is removed from the market. So here you can find the sales is given in the other axis, and one side you can find the time. Okay, so introduction stage, the sale is in the minimal stage. Okay, minimum stage. Then later growth stage, you can find sale is increasing. Okay, from that particular introduction stage to not up to the peak stage, but almost in the top. Okay, growth stage. Once the product reaches the maturity stage, the maximum demand for the product will be reaching in the maturity stage. So once they reach in the maturity stage, once they cross the maturity stage, automatically the demand will be declining for that particular product. So this is the product life cycle. Okay, once they reach the declining stage to the maximum or maybe the least part, they will be exiting from the market. Okay, they'll be exiting from the market. So we'll discuss that later. So here, why we are discussing these things? Okay, in each maybe stages, the sales, profit, cash flow, competitors numbers, and customers numbers will be varying. Okay, customers numbers will be varying. So introduction stage, you can find sales will be low. It is obviously it should be low, right? Probably after some time the fast growth will be there in the growth stage. Maturity stage, slow growth will be there, but highest sales, then declining. Profit also, negligible profit only will be there in the beginning, because they have to spend more amount for the promotion, marketing part, campaigning part. They are also testing and maybe uh, testing so many things, right? Experimenting so many things in the beginning. So it may also cause some kind of loss for the organization. Later, peak level of profit will be there. Declining level of profit will be there in the top stage, right? Later, then in the declining stage, you can find profit will be low. Likewise, cash flow will be negative in the beginning, because they may not be getting any return. They may not be able to cover the fixed and variable cost. Later growth stage, they may be getting the moderate profit. Maturity stage is the highest stage where they are having highest sale. Automatically, they'll be having the more maybe uh, cash inflow. Okay, then declining stage, cash inflow will be reducing accordingly. Competitors part, again introduction stage, few of the competitors will be there. Then competitors will be high, maybe growing over a period of time, right? In the maturity stage, so many competitors will be there. Accordingly, you may be need to share your demand with others. Automatically your maybe competitors will be declining in the last stage, because you will be going out from the market, and others also will be having less profit due to high competition in the market. Okay, then customers base also, you can find innovative strategies will be applicable in the introduction stage, because you are coming with a new product. And mass marketing strategies will be there in the introduction, or maybe in the growth stage and maturity stage. And at the last, you can find there are laggards. 1 second, laggards, there are some keywords. You check that. Laggards are like kind of maybe company who are making slow progress. Okay, or falling behind others, that is somebody will be going out from the market, automatically you will also have that impact, so you will be slowing yourself. So it's laggard is a kind of person, okay, so like who is maybe very slow in the progressing part or development part, or in the uh, like they may be falling according to the trend of the market. So such kind of people, so our business or product also will be like that after the particular maturity stage. Okay, so these are the keywords you should remember for the product life cycle. I hope all of you are clear about this four stages. This is one of the important question you can expect in the examination. Four stages, and in each stages, what is the status of sales, profit, cash inflow, competitors, and customers? Is it clear?
Sir, I'm not able to understand about the declining things. Means you mean to say if any product in the market, it has a what we can say, it's a end kind of thing. Means if the new product will come, then it will going to replace that one. Talking
Yeah,
like that,
one
something.
second. I will copy this particular diagram to this particular slide. It will give more insight. Okay. See here we are talking. You are having the doubt about the declining part, right?
Yes.
Suppose if you are having a product, it is introduced, growth, it is happen, maturity stage, it happen, right? By this time, lot of maybe competitors will be there, because over a period of time, by seeing the
Okay.
industry, lot of competitors will be coming to the industry. Okay, so once you cross this particular stage, automatically your sales will be declining. It is not because of your fault. Sometimes competitors also will be there. They will also provide such kind of quality, right? Maintenance of quality, quantity, all these things will be there. Automatically your sales will be declining. Okay, so declining stage doesn't mean like you exit from the market. You may be getting the profit, you may be getting the profit, but not like in the past. You have to share your demand, you have to share your profit among your competitors. Okay, in that way your sales as well as the competitors, even competitors also will be having same issue. They may also have the same issue, so they may also leave the maybe competitions, they may also leave the market, but not completely, but number of competitors will be declining comparing to the growth stage and maturity stage. Clear?
Got it, sir. And this
Yeah,
could be happened because of new product also in the market.
yeah.
It's
There
like a
will be,
substitute kind of
see,
thing.
there is a market, there is a product which is completely new to the market. Okay, so I'm implementing that product in the market. So introduction stage, people will be taking time to know about the product. Immediately I will be getting a high growth, and I may reach the maturity stage. By this time, the market is open for everyone. There will be other people who will be starting the same business, same product. So I may need to share those things by this maturity stage. Okay, from that it is not touching the introduction level, maybe sales. It is above the introduction level only, but it is not up to the mark of growth and maturity. That's it.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So there are a number of points to be considered for marketing strategy. Okay, why product life cycle is considering for marketing strategy? In each stages, your pricing will be different, your promotion will be different, your maybe product process will be different, your customer base support system will be different, because you have to spend, you have to manage the demand, you have to see the resource.
Sir, you are not audible.
Sir, your voice is not coming.
Sorry, I lost the connection in between. Fine. Give me a minute. Hope I'm audible to all of you now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, audible now.
Yes, sir.
This technical snacks are always problem. One second. I hope all of you are maybe following the pace and the content, whatever I'm discussing in the class. We need more time, especially the subject like marketing. You need to have more time. This is very interesting if you are able to spend more time, not like this. This is just a glance. We may not be able to discuss everything within the limited time. We are just going and running through the points. Okay, fine. So this is the slide. I hope the slide is also visible to all of you.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is a slide we were discussing. We cannot avoid the concept or maybe the product life cycle while drafting the marketing strategy. This is the point that we had in the discussion. Okay, so we have to consider the stage of our product. We have to see the stage where we are having now, and accordingly we have to change our marketing strategies. Okay, I hope all of you are agreeing with the statement. We have to consider the product life cycle stages while drafting the marketing strategy. I hope all of you are agreeing, right? Each stages, the approach also will be different. Okay, so this is the new product development process. Okay, so how you will be developing a new product. Okay, what are the stages which you need to follow while developing the product. Okay, so suppose if you are planning for a startup, again you are thinking about the product and you want to implement that product in the market. So these are the maybe systematic steps. Even it is only 6 steps which is given there, even it is six maybe 60 points will be there under each steps. Okay, so first of all, source of new product ideas. So there will be n number of maybe alternative things. There will be n number of things that will be coming to your mind with respect to the product ideas. So you have to see how you will be able to develop such kind of maybe ideas. Okay, so there will be n number of sources. It may be from your own ways, it may be from the market, because problems are already there in the market. Okay, so you will develop that particular product ideas and you have to source it. Okay, that is, you have to have the right source or right way of maybe developing that part. Okay, then that is the first stage. Second, organizational structure and staffing. If you are planning for a product, you have to have the necessary maybe changes in the organizational structure. If it is an existing organization, you have to you have to check the organizational structure, and according to your requirement you have to change the structure. Okay, so suppose if you need more staffs, if you need to change the manager, maybe employee, all this maybe line or staff, whatever system of management, all those things you have to rework according to your new product. Then staffing will be coming there. If you need more people, if you want to reduce the people, if you want to have specialized and skilled people, that also you need to check. Okay, then concept creation and development. Once you have the idea, once you got the idea, you have to conceptualize it, right? What exactly the product, how you want to develop the product, what is the shape of the product, right? What kind of packaging you want to do, what is the pricing of the product. Okay, what kind of quality you want to maintain, right? Where you want to sell, what kind of consumers are the targeted people, or what kind of segmentation you want to do, right? Then accordingly you have to develop so many other factors which are related to price, product, place, promotion, all these things. Okay, that is what conceptualization and concept creation and development part. Okay, so once you had that, commercialization, that is once you test the product, once you have the sample, once you test a sample with the people and all, the next stage you can find commercialization stage. There you will be doing mass kind of production with respect to maybe the confidence that you had during the pre-test and all. Okay, So commercialization is the first stage. And fifth stage, you can find review and evaluation. Once you have the product, okay, once you have the product, once you've done the commercialization, you have to check. You have to check the maybe the reviews among the users, among the consumers and all, and evaluation of that particular review also should be there. You may be having some plan, that is plan expected planning or output like ABCD, but if it is not matching according to the reviews and satisfaction which had by the consumers, it will be again a problem. Okay, so that you have to evaluate systematically. At last, you can find analysis of new product launches in India. That is something which is there in the syllabus, but in the textbook, I don't know why it is connected with this. But again, you have to check about the other products which are there in the market. Okay, that is in India only they have put in the textbook. You have to check, oh, is there any similar kind of product which is already launched in the market. Okay, so that also you need to check in the market. Okay, so these are the maybe stages or process that you have to keep for the new product development. So you may be asked to write about the stages. You may require to remember the stages. Okay, at least these 6 stages you have to remember, and accordingly you have to develop the particular maybe explanation. Okay, so that's it regarding that particular new product development. So there should be some points that you have to remember whenever you are developing a product. Okay, whenever you are developing a product, so these 3 points you can just remember. It should be flexible product design for new product development. That is flexible product design in the sense it should be able to change according to the review, according to the evaluation, according to the feedback of the consumers. Second point, integrating consumer and designer preferences. Your company is having some preferences, your company is having some planning, okay, but you are not considering the preferences of the consumers. It won't be reaching anywhere. Likewise, if you are considering only the consumer's interest, you won't be able to satisfy the organization interest. Okay, so but what you can do, what approach you can take, you can integrate both this interest, both the stakeholders to have the maximum reach and maximum acceptance. Okay, so this is the second point that you have to keep it in mind to have a creativity or innovation in the product development stage. Then third point, striking a balance between consumer and designers. That is with respect to designs, with respect to packaging. I may like to buy a product with a high quality packaging, but I cannot ask the same thing with the producer because they may not be able to maintain the cost if they are spending more on the packaging part. Likewise, there should be a balance between the consumer as well as designers preferences or interest. Okay, so these are the 3 points that you have to keep it in mind to have the better maybe
Sorry, explain the third point again.
striking a balance between consumers and designers. So designers in the sense marketers point of view, okay, manufacturers point of view. Suppose if I am the marketer, okay, I will be thinking about the least cost part. Okay, so the packaging part, okay, and designing part, I may not be spending much. I want to limit those things and I may focus on the quality part. But you are the consumer, okay, you want, your intention is always on the quality part, or not the quality part, appearance part, and maybe the packaging part and all. Okay, so designers will be thinking about the quality part and maybe internal design of the particular product, not on the packaging part. And the consumers want in a different way, where they want a particular product which may have high quality packaging, high quality appearance. Okay, so there should be a proper balance between these two. Okay, if it is not there, your product won't be reaching to the targeted people, that too in the internet demand. Okay, so I cannot completely neglect the consumer, I cannot completely rely on my designer, because there should be a match, there should be a balance between these two. Okay,
Okay, sir.
is it clear? Who is asking that? Jiva only asked.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, okay, okay. I'm not seeing the names again. Fine. Fine. So this is this part we already discussed. What is product life cycle? Each and every product will be having a lifespan. Like all of us will be having a lifespan, right? Birth to death, we will be having a lifespan, right? Childhood, maybe the youngsters, that time period, right? Then old age time period. So all this are there for the humans. Likewise, for the product also there is a life cycle, lifespan. Okay, so this is what which is explained in the product life cycle part. So you can find the sales will be varying from one stage to another stage. Okay, so accordingly you can just remember this particular term. Okay, this particular graphical presentation you have to keep it in mind whenever you are discussing about the product life cycle. Okay, so these are the things you should keep it in mind: sales, profit, cash inflow, competitors, customers, that we already maybe discussed in the previous slide. So each and every stage, as I said, strategies will be different, product or pricing will be different, promotion will be different, right? What do you think, which stage we need to have more promotion? Which stage you will be spending more on promotion part?
Introduction and growth.
Yeah, introduction and growth only, exactly. Because if you are spending more on declining stage, even though you are spending crores of rupees for maybe for the product in the declining stage, you won't be able to maintain that particular consumers because a number of competitors are there. But if you are spending in the introduction and maybe early stage of growth stage, you will be having lot of impact. Okay, so likewise, each and every marketing strategy decisions will be affected by this particular stage. Don't do anything blindly. Okay, so marketers have to see the product life cycle stages to frame their strategies. Clear? So you may get some questions like draft a strategy, draft the points which have to be, that is promotional, maybe strategy during the time of maybe introduction and growth. What is your opinion? Okay, so like that, if it is asked, you should know where, which stage they are in and what kind of points they have to remember. I hope logically you will be able to connect that. Clear? So that is product life cycle, maybe stages and its relevance with respect to the marketing strategies. Is it clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So that much only there in the second unit. I hope all these two units are fine for everyone. And we are going to the third unit now. Okay. Here, the third unit is pricing decisions. So pricing, we had a discussion somewhere here and there with respect to the product life cycle and other strategies. So here, these are the objectives of this particular unit. Appreciate the importance of pricing decisions. Identify the consideration that come to your mind while having the pricing decisions. Understand why customers may be price sensitive. So what is your opinion about why pricing is important? Only the keywords you can just tell why pricing is important.
Sir, it's a depend on society basically, how the
It is
society is
depending
going to
on
afford.
society. Okay. Product acceptance will be highly connected with the pricing. Yes, Ashish. What are the other keywords? All of you can contribute one means you will be having 96 points. Why pricing is important? What are the factors which are affecting the pricing? If you're telling that, my work will be little more easy. It will be
Quality also.
The demand of
quality.
product,
Quality should be considered. Demand should be considered, right?
the competitive
Cost.
price,
Cost should be considered. Yes.
the
Profit
competitive
also to be
pricing.
considered.
Which one, Pranab sir?
I was saying competitor pricing also.
Yeah, competitors' pricing should be, that pricing strategy should be considered. The competitor is giving for 100 rupees. You are giving for 1000 rupees. Sometime it may work, sometime it may not be working. So you have to check how much they are charging. Yes.
Location also.
Yes, which location you are maybe planning to implement your launch your product. Yes.
Sir, government taxes.
Demand.
Demand should be considered. Yes, Jiva.
Sir, government taxes.
Government taxes or access? Which one?
Sir, tax.
Yeah, government taxes, if any kind of tax benefit, right? Luxury products. You can also find that some car manufacturing companies, they are always stick on the price, right? So they will be seeing the price. There are some luxury taxes for maybe some kind of products which are crossing some lakhs. So that is also important tax part.
Consumer affordability also we can consider.
Consumer affordability, that is targeted consumers affordability is one of the maybe matter. There can be internal as well as external factors. So what can be the internal factors which are affecting the pricing decision?
Manufacturing cost.
Manufacturing cost, yes, Diva.
Labor cost.
Labor cost, that is variables cost
Distribution
and
cost.
fixed cost is there. Yes.
Distribution cost. Distribution cost.
Distribution cost, yes.
Yes,
Percentage
logistic
of
cost.
profit.
Percentage of profit, if your company is having a fixed percentage of profit on a particular product, that is cost based profit or cost based pricing, in that case you may need to compel to follow the pricing method, right? That is percentage of profit. If it is fixed, again that have to be considered. Then internal
Sir, raw
matters,
material.
raw material cost. Okay, so these are the maybe factors that you have to keep it in mind, internal as well as external. Okay, even though it is discussed here, it will be discussed again. Okay, so you can find whatever you said is more than the things what I kept in the slide. And internal factors, you can find marketing objectives. Okay, you cannot price a product without looking to the objective of your marketing. Other objectives like organizational objectives will be there, sometimes quality, quantity. Sometimes if you are not looking for profit, okay, if it is a kind of NGO, okay, you are not looking for the profit, only for the societal maybe betterment, you may not be looking for the high price. Okay, so you have to see the objective of your product. Then marketing mix strategies, cost part, organization part. If your organization is under trouble or you are in an introduction stage of your life as an organization, you may need to sacrifice some product or maybe some prices in order to get the promotion as well as the acceptance. So these are the internal factors. External factors, nature of the market. If it is highly competitive, it will be difficult. If it is low competition is there, again it will be depending on that. Then competitions, other environmental factors like economical factors, like economy, what kind of factors, what is your opinion about recession and depression and boom period, with what kind of pricing we can do in the recession time period? Recession means, I hope all of you know the keyword recession. If an economy is under recession, you are going for a product which is launching in the market. Okay, what kind of pricing you will be doing? High priced or low priced?
Sir, low price.
Low price, right? So if it is a boom period, your pricing can be higher or
High.
lower. It can
High.
be high,
Yeah,
right? People will be
competitive.
able to, yeah,
Maybe
people will
for
be able to pay more, right? So depending on the economy also is one of the factor which can be affecting our pricing. So that is what you have to keep it in mind. Okay, so that point only you can find here. The economy, resellers, and the government. Sometimes some government will be very friendly towards the startups, maybe the new maybe launchers, or maybe new markets or new producers in the market. Okay, so they will be supporting. So you will be waiting. So sometime budget may be coming. So you have to see the budget. You have to wait until the budget. Sometime in the budget you may be getting some other advantage. So likewise, your pricing is also connected with all these things. Okay, then problems, opportunity, and recognition, all these things are at external matters. Okay, if the market is very dull, if the market is having so much of problems, issues with respect to so many other factors, all those things also you need to consider. So what is price? You can find here, it is an expression of value, that is monetary expression of value of the product. Okay, so you cannot avoid these two elements there, that is cost as well as value. Okay, cost as well as value. Okay, I hope all these things are clear for everyone. I'm just maybe going like that. There are n number of objectives and approaches that you can maybe adopt for the pricing. Okay, so n number of purpose also will be there behind the pricing. Sometimes your maybe objectives is only for the profit part. Okay, you're not looking to the other part, that is number of sales, number of things, and all. You're merely looking, your objective of pricing is only making the maximum profit. Okay, so this is what the first maybe approach, that is profitability objectives. Second, volume objectives. What can be this volume objectives according to your understanding? What is this volume objectives?
Lot of startups like this, focus on the volume to capture customers instead of profitability in the beginning.
In the beginning stage, you are not looking to the profit. You want to spread your product. You want to reach your product to the maximum people. Okay, so you want to sell more. So you want to have the economies of large scale. Okay, that is, you want to sell more and get the nominal or expected profit. Okay, so here the objective of pricing is to have maximum sales. So can we put this point under the example of Rolls-Royce? Rolls-Royce car,
No, sir.
are they looking for volume objectives or
No,
some other thing?
No, sir.
premium segment. No, sir.
Why you are thinking like that?
This is meant for the premium customer, you mean? And the higher
Yeah,
strata.
the luxury premium top class, maybe people, that to the number of cars which Rolls-Royce may be selling in an year, you can check, and number of cars which are sold by maybe Maruti also you can check in a year. Okay, so these are the examples you have to keep it in mind. Then meeting competition objectives and all. Sometimes your mere objectives of one product is to defeat the competitors or send the competitors from the market by putting the lowest price, or maybe the maximum, maybe that minimum price. Okay, minimum price, by keeping the minimum price. So all these are the third objectives, or in the third objectives all these points you can just keep. Last one is the prestige objectives. Okay, prestige objectives, the pricing. We cannot, even though the see, suppose Apple is coming with a new product. Okay, the product, maybe material cost, everything cost is coming only maybe some 500 rupees, you keep it in mind. Okay, so 500 rupees only the cost. Okay, but Apple only coming with the product. If they are looking for the cost plus 10% profit or 20% profit, it will be coming only 600 rupees. Apple's product, if it is selling for 600 rupees, it will be affecting their prestige and their value, right? So they cannot go with that cost plus maybe profit method. So they have to go with this particular objectives, that is prestige objectives. They have to keep their maybe value, keep their maybe goodwill in their mind. Accordingly, they will be putting the price. Okay, so these are the 3-4 objectives that you have to keep it in mind, approaches that you have to keep it in mind with respect to the pricing part. Okay, so hope other faculty is not the right. Who is other faculty? That is 11 to 12. Who is other faculty who is supposed to come at 11 o'clock?
Yeah, we don't have the timetable, sir. So.
Is it? If somebody is coming in the chat box, you can please let me know. I don't want to overlap somebody's timing. Okay, if nobody is there, we'll continue, but I'm fine. You can let me know if Punita ma'am is coming. Punita ma'am, are you here? No. Okay, fine. So we'll continue. Okay, so here these objectives you can just keep it in mind. So don't forget to note these objectives. Okay, so these are the approaches or objectives for pricing, and these are the general pricing approaches: cost based, buyer based, competition based. All these bases you can find advantages as well as disadvantages. Okay, what is cost based approach? I hope all of you will be able to maybe visualize. That is completely, your pricing will be based on the cost. Okay, so how much is the variable cost, fixed cost, right? So how much percentage of profit you want to add with that particular cost will be added, and you will be getting the price. Then next is based on the buyer based approach. There you will be checking about the affordability, quality part, and maybe the area part, society part, where you will be going to implement your product. Accordingly, you will be designing the product. Then third one is competition based. According to competitors' price, you will be deciding the price of your product, and that will be the price of your product. Okay, so accordingly, it will be having some advantage as well as disadvantage. I hope you will be able to visualize and write by yourself all these three methods. What is the problem with the cost base? What is the problem with the buyer base? What is the problem with the competition? Only by competition based pricing, right? What are the advantage? Will you be able to write the advantage as well as disadvantage of this particular method? Hope all of you will be able to write.
Yes, sir.
Please give us some hints, sir.
We will try, sir.
Yeah, if you want, I can explain all those points, but I thought this maybe three approach. No, one is cost plus profit. Buyer base means completely buyer's intention, buyer's preferences, taste preferences, their affordability, their interest, their past behavior, past buying prices, and all will be considered. History of prices will be considered. And last, competition based, that is purely based on the competitor's price or the product will be considered. So each cases some advantage, some good part also there, some maybe lacking also there. Okay, that points you will be able to write, right? Or else I can keep those points in the extra explanation which are there in your textbook, no, here. But if you are keeping everything, it will be creating some confusion. To avoid that only, I kept the minimum requirements with minimum maybe explanation. Okay. Fine. Punita ma'am, are you here? No. Okay, I will take 5 more minutes. I got at 10:30, 10:12. Okay, fine. So this is the procedure for pricing policy. Okay, pricing, how we can do the pricing, what are the methods of pricing? Okay, the procedure for pricing, you can just maybe go through this particular explanation. First one is selecting the pricing objective. So we have discussed a number of objectives in the previous slide. All those objectives should be decided first, then determining the demand. Once you decide the objectives, you'll be determining the demand. Okay, fine. I think this point we'll discuss maybe in the next class. Yes, Ashwini.
Pricing objective means what?
Pricing objectives previously we have discussed, no, competition
Yes.
base, maybe that 4 points. That objectives. Just now we have discussed, no? That is profitability, volume, meeting the competition, prestige objectives. That 4 points.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we'll continue with the discussion maybe in the next class. Okay, I think this is my 3rd or 4th hour. So I'll call it. Okay. Fine. We'll meet in the next class. Thank you, all of you. We'll meet in the
Thank
next
you.
class.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
അമ്മ എന്നാ നമ്മൾ പുള്ളി വെള്ളം വരുന്നത് ഇല്ല അമ്മച്ചനോട് പോയതാ ഡോർ ഊറ്റിവിടുന്ന നാളെ എന്നോട് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് കെട്ടണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞില്ലായിരുന്നോ
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Just I'm uploading the PPT.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you are able to see it.
What subject is this, ma'am?
Just 1 second. Yeah. What is that?
What subject is this?
Oh, this is business ethics. This is our actually third or fourth class, I think, and I am Dr. Punita, faculty of Directorate of Distance Education.
We know, ma'am. Sorry, I missed earlier 2 classes.
No problem, no problem. It happens with the distance education. I know somebody else has disrupted my presentation. Once again, I have to. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
right. Right. So we continue the class. Do you have any doubts before starting the new chapter? If you have any doubts, we can discuss on that. Shall we continue with the next chapter?
Yes, ma'am.
Any thoughts or doubts so far?
No, ma'am.
Very good. Okay. So we come to the important topic of business ethics, which is called as workplace ethics. Workplace and its impact or the issues faced. Why? Because in any business house, any business organization, when we talk about business ethics, other things like other resources like any accounting related issues or natural environmental resources related issues, all these things are not human, right? The issues related to the human in your workplace gains a lot of relevance because they are more worth. The net worth is more, and if the ethics is not followed in a workplace, human get directly affected, right? So workplace ethics is the chapter which we are going to see now. So just if you see the presentation, I have given you a picture to know about the workplace, right? How many of you can relate to this workplace? Any of you are working here like this? Can you tell me, explain about any other workplace, how the workplace might look like? This is one model I have given you. This is the workplace. Can you tell me about any other kind of workplace?
Yes, I have seen this kind of
Yes,
workplace.
any other kind of workplace. What could be a workplace? How it can look like? That is my question.
There
I
could be
want
a
you to.
factory. There could be like a factory setup where,
Very good. Factory setup. A factory like workplace. Anything else?
like a farm.
Because I want you to imagine a lot of workplace so that we can, when we discuss, you can relate to those workplaces. Because what we are going to discuss is a lot of issues. So I want you to imagine a lot of workplaces. How it might look like. Factory. This is a office setup. Factory setup. Anything else?
Agricultural land, maybe.
Very good. Exactly. Agricultural workplace.
Construction sites.
Very good. Construction sites.
Logistics also.
Logistics. Good. Right. Now can you imagine about a workplace? Workplace need not be under a roof first of all, right? Agricultural workplace or those who are in marketing know that there is no roof. Workplace can be outside also, right? And before going into the issues of this workplace ethics, I want you to understand that what we are talking about or what we are studying about all are about the white collar jobs mostly or blue collar jobs. That is those who are going to office or factories. These are called as organizational sectors, right? Organized sectors, sorry. Organized sectors. What do you mean by organized sectors? Where you have the identity of a person working, right? That will be in the muster roll. Your name will be in the roll. You will be having a paycheck. You have a calculated salary that would be under the legal monitoring, right? So this is organized sector when it comes under the registration of the companies, right? So somebody knows that you are an employee of this company. You have an ID card. Are able to understand organized sector. But this is a very small chunk of the total working sector. The remaining 90% is unorganized sector. What is this unorganized sector? There is no contract. There is no ID card. There is no job security. There is no monitoring of the government. There is no perks or bonus or incentive. Are you able to understand what is this called? Unorganized sector. Where these people are working? As I have told, agricultural sector, construction sites, textile mills, even bigger textile, that is illegally run textile mills, mining, illegal mines, right? So all these industries, they are widespread, and most of the human resource is working in the unorganized sector, right? But we study about the organized sector, which is a small chunk, and we will see what are all the issues even when it is registered or monitored by the government. That's what we are going to see, right? So what are all the issues? Actually, we will see one by one of this. So just you go through this slide, I will move one side. So we will see one by one slowly. The first one is affirmative action. This is going on for a long time, right? What is this affirmative action? Asking for equality and equity in a workplace, right? This is going on for say for example 40-50 years in many countries under like a movement, affirmative action movement. So what do we do? How to bring equality and equity in the workplace? That is why we bring quota systems. Okay, this is actually, again I'm telling you, this is not only for India and we are talking about. This is common in many countries, right? Many countries, affirmative action movement is going on. People are asking for equality. So quota systems, just give the quota to these people. Positive discrimination. This is a term which is often used because discrimination is a negative term, right? But discrimination negatively used, you are rejecting them. Positive discrimination is identifying and accepting, right? So inclusive, we call it inclusive policies. Making up inclusive policies so that training them or giving them a role to play among the wider spread other people. And reservations, right? Waiting for them, giving them a place to come and join. Training and placements. Why people are neglected? Because most probably in organization, why they are not able to come and join? Because of the lack of skill, right? So what we can do? Training and placements. Then increasing diversity profiles. So these are all the solutions for the issue, which is what? Workplace equality, right? So how this is working is the ethical question, whether we are able to solve the issue or not. Even in America, what is so called as a developed nation, still the problems are going on. Do you know what is the biggest gap they have? Racial and gender discriminations. They are not able to fill that even with all the affirmative actions policies they have taken. Europe, the same way, right? Now the racial discrimination is like Asia has become the victim, you know. Asian discrimination is very high. Racial discrimination is very high. As usual, gender is there. So affirmative action movement is very fiercely going on in many of the developed countries even. Then you imagine how that would be in the underdeveloped or developing countries like us. So if you come to India, how we are focusing or how we are trying to solve this issue, we also have all these things in place. We have the quota system, positive discrimination, inclusive policies. All of these are in government offices. You can see that Government institutions, government offices, they are in place. But what is the problem? Government institutions or government factories, government offices are a very less number, very small percentage, right? The private organizations or corporates are the bigger chunk. So how to make the affirmative actions into the corporates? How to bring the equality in the corporate sector? That's a big question. So how that can be done is the diversity profile can be forced into them. Actually, corporate associations are doing this. ICC has done that. So what they did, they themselves have come up with saying that you can have a diversity profile check often, right? So you have to check with your human resource how many kind of diversified people you are recruiting, right? That will give you a wake-up call. If you are lacking in the diversity, what you can do, you can train the people. I have seen that SSN here in Tamil Nadu, one HCL group has done that by in the group of colleges they have. They started giving scholarship, having the inclusive policy, and they absorb into the offices. A very good policy for having a diversified portfolios. So this is how the inclusive policy can be widespread into organizations. The strategies can be weaved in particular manner where people can be inclusive of the the job market or job cloud, right? So this is the first issue, the equality in the workplace, that is called as affirmative action. The second is employment contracts. What is employment contracts? What you have as a written agreement with the employer, right? Are you there? Are you able to follow me?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Can anyone tell me that have you read your agreement with your employer when you have joined the job? Do you have an elaborate agreement with your employer? Contract. You would have signed and given them back, right?
For namesake only we will read, ma'am. We would.
Exactly. Very good. Shivakar, very honest answer. Namesake you read. Are you satisfied at least in that? Namesake you read, but are you satisfied that it is good? Okay.
No, ma'am. We are not satisfied, but we have to sign at that moment.
Exactly. That is why I asked. Okay. How many of you are with Shivakar? All of you are satisfied with your agreements, or how many of you have agreements at least? Pranab, do you have a working agreement? Contract?
Yes. Yeah, it was there. It was not in a line, but we had to sign to
Yes,
accept the offer.
exactly. Right. So I think all of you are with Shivakar then, right?
Yes.
True. Actually, I don't remember now if it comes to my mind. What was that? Right. But is it important? Very, very important.
Yes.
Because many of the ethical issues in the workplace happens because the employment contract is not in place, right? See, as I told you, we are a very small group. Organized sector itself is a very small group, right? Even for the organized sector, when we don't have a proper employment contract, then think about the 90% of the unorganized sector. There is no employer at all. There is no name for them. There is no tag for them. No agreement. Can you see the ethical issue now, the big picture? What is the security? Before coming into our contract, I'll tell you a fact that happened. Near my house, there is one person who was working in Brunei, right? He had a fall from the as a construction employee or something, I don't know. He fell down from a ladder. His foot, one finger got fractured. Okay, they immediately packed him up and sent to India with a small tide in first aid was given to him and sent. The moment he reached India, within 2 days of the accident, The entire nerve till his spine got affected and he is totally immobilized. He was bedridden. Now what happens? There is no way he can ask for a compensation from the Brunei company because he has come to India. Right? He has to spend whatever he has earned there for his medical and still he is not able to walk. I am witnessing that. See the pathetic case in that. It's a workplace accident. Who is responsible for that? Who is responsible for the workplace safety? Organization.
Employer.
Employer. When you have a risky workplace, right, it is the responsibility of the employer. Right? This happens every day. So when we don't have the agreement in place, think about what are all the things when there is no agreement at all. Right? We'll see that also. Just see one by one. What are all the problems that can happen? Why it is happening? Why we have to talk this as an issue first? Let's awareness on the importance. Even when I joined, I didn't have the awareness. Because I'm very happy, we are ecstatic that we got a job. We are ready to sign wherever they want. Right? Just give me the job. So what happens? We don't have the awareness on how important the agreement is. We don't know how important we are. We don't know the worth of us. Right? It's a mutual obligation actually. The contract is very important because sometimes it can backfire to the employer also if the contract is not okay. But that part, the employer will take care. They will take care of that part. But it is a mutual obligation. It's a security. Right? If you have a contract, it gives you the security. That some assurance is there. Insurance coverage. As I told you now, this workplace accidents and the insurance coverage will be much better if we have the agreement in place. Workplace accidents, it has to be covered in the contract when there is risk involved. And in most of the factories, risks are involved, right? Factories and accidents are abundance. I have witnessed 2-3 in my work experience. It is like a trauma. It is very hard to come out of it. I have seen a girl taking thinner cleaning liquid which was put in a Sprite bottle for easy usage. She thought it is our drinking water and had a gulp till here. Totally it was burned out. Right? It's very, what do you say? Traumatic for the people around even. Right? So workplace accidents are happening every day, everywhere. When it is not covered properly, for this incident, I'll tell you what happens. What I'm talking about, now I can talk about because it's been years ago. I was working in special economic zone in Chennai. It's a factory. And these girls, who I'm talking about, the cleaning girls or quality control or packaging, all these, it's a fully girl empowered place, okay? So this quality assurance team, we give thinner in a big cans so that it is bought in 25-liter cans so that they have to clean up small paintings where extra paintings will be there. So, but from the big can, they need to use into the smaller cans and use the can the factory provide, the organization provide was not very economical. So the girls, what they did, they use Sprite bottles. They will pour into that, and Sprite bottle is very easy, just you can touch it and clean it. The packing girl is a sister of the girl working in the quality control. She came to meet the sister. Unknowingly that they have kept in the Sprite bottle, she took it and took a gulp. Okay, it has burned. But what was the reaction from the company side, They told that this girl is creating a lot of problems often. And they wrote off. The girl was terminated after 1 week. The medical expenses was of course taken by the organization for 1 week. After that, the girl was terminated for negligence. Right? Do you agree with this?
Yeah, that's a bad experience.
Really bad experience. Why? Because that girl doesn't have a contract. She cannot ask anything. Right? It is like just you get into the job, it's for day wages, so nothing can be asked on. Right? So many experiences. In one of the steel factory, my son was working, he has witnessed that the ore that was taken on the, escalator on top of the head, just it opened and poured the ore on the laborer standing down. Right? They were not given with a proper gear to get away from that. This happened in a very big factory, steel factory. Right? So these are not the news I'm telling you from where I have read outside. These are experienced. We have seen this happening. Right? So unless we have a proper written agreement or contract, it's very hard to pinpoint anyone to help us. Right? The next one is illegal business conduct. Unless we have a proper agreement, if the organization is up to something, we are also getting into trouble. And collective agreements is essential. I think most of you know the trade unions have this kind of negotiations and collective agreements so that we can have at least some of the benefits when we are in need. Right? So these are the importance of why we need contracts. Also, I have given you some few points on occupational health. What should be in the contract? Occupational health and safety policies properly mentioned. Okay, training and how we can be develop the skill. Why this becomes important? Most of us doesn't understand that it becomes an obligation of the organization to improve us, the employees. Because after the college education, all of us get into the job. That is when we are in our prime. Okay, our intellectuality is in prime, our physicality is in prime, and we give our prime time every day to the organization from morning 9 to 6, where we will be healthy and working. Prime time. And we give the prime years from, say, for example, from 25 to 60. Right? So we spend almost all our vigor, all our prime to the organization. What else we get? We get compensated. Nowadays, that's why we have changed the term. It's not salary, not wages, not remuneration. We call it as compensation. So when compensation is given, when you are giving big, when you are giving something big to other person, you can get compensated only. It cannot be equalized. So what I am giving to the organization is my time, skill, knowledge, and my experience, and my prime. Right? It cannot be equalized with money. Do you get my point? So what I can get only compensation of what I am sacrificing to the organization. Are you able to understand? So this attitude change should come, that I am not serving. Right? Maybe you can see like that. It is not that I am in a receiving end. I am at a giving end. There is a big difference in that. Is it not? Are you able to follow? Yes or no? Yes, Gopi Krishna says yes. Okay. So this is what? Compensating. Right? When I get compensation, that means I am not able to do what I want when I am working with the organization. See, if I am working continuously with the organization, how I will develop my career, how I will develop my knowledge and skill. So it becomes organizational responsibility to develop my skill and knowledge. On the other hand, that will be beneficial for the organization. If I am improved, I am developed, I am going to contribute to the organization. Organization is going to get developed. Win-win situation, right? So training and development of the employees is must. You cannot be the same person when you enter into the organization and when retire. You have to grow skill-wise, knowledge-wise. Who has to give to you that? Organization should give. Are you able to understand? Then, health and wellness program. As I told, not only these accidents, health matters, because workplace gives you lot of hazards. You may think that, I'm working in the university, right? An institution. It cannot be a hazardous. Yes, it is a hazardous place. there was lot of the study material stored in the building, so they had to use what do you say, anti-termite pesticide, because it's a red soil area, our university where we are located, termites are abundance. So to safeguard the books from them, they have to use a pesticide. And as I was sitting near to that for some time, I had developed a lungs problem. Can you believe? Is it in the workplace? I said yes. Are you able to understand? See, this is a health condition because I came to work. Who is responsible for that? But we are not covered. I had to spend lakhs of rupees for the lungs disease I got because of this. Right? Because we don't have agreement, security. What about my family? I'm working totally into the organization. How can I afford the medical? Nowadays, you can see the expense of medical is the biggest of any family, right? The last decade, education was the biggest. Now, medical expense has exceeded that, right? Everyone is afraid of the medical expenses now. Just a consultation, you go 500, 1,000, 2,000, consultation only, right? So all of you might understanding how it goes, the medical expenses. So the health and wellness program should be the part of the contract. You have to check it out. It is a mandatory condition. The organization should be able to afford to you and your family medical expenses. Then reporting and investigation of incidents, because many of the organizations, when they have the clause that it cannot be reported, it cannot be going out. Anything happens, they'll say that it's a confidential thing, the accident should not be reported. That we have to check it out. Emergency preparedness and non-retaliation and whistleblowing protection. This clause most of us doesn't know whether we have. So what is this retaliation? You know that you cannot ask anything outside the hierarchy. Retaliation, there should be no. We usually in management classes we used to say, whatever it is, what we have to say, yes boss, right? There cannot be a no boss, always yes boss. That is non-retaliation. So retaliation is part of human, because as we have seen, everyone is unique, right? Everybody's ethical framework is totally different. What I see, boss is always right. So what my ethical framework could be different from yours, at least in a minute way. It cannot be exactly equal. That is why you can see why every family is having a problem. Spouse, why husband and wife are fighting, The basic ethical framework, the basic knowledge of life and the way of life has some kind of differences, even though we grew up in the same culture, same location, whatever, same house. Siblings have different ethical framework. Me and my sister have a lot of differences, right? So retaliation is inevitable. So whistleblowing is also inevitable in that case. If you have a strong ethical framework, you cannot evade the urge to voice out. You have to say, at least you'll go and tell to your spouse, wife or husband, this is happening, wrong thing is happening. That is whistleblowing, right? But if you blow to the society, it becomes bigger. But we have the urge to say some wrong is happening. Am I right or not? Will you keep quiet?
Right,
Yes or
ma'am.
no? Yes. Okay. So these are the things which are essential in an employment contract, where we expect that it should be given, right? The next one is important thing, where all of us have these grievances. What is that? Issues in fair pay. The first problem is, what is fair pay? There is minimum wages, right? Then fair wages. A minimum wage is according to the labor law. They every 5 years or 6 years or 10 years, I don't know, they make a rule about what should be the minimum wages. How they calculate is, for a 4-member family in that particular city or town, how would be the rent? What would be the cost of rice and vegetables for 1 month consumption? What would be the other basic amenities? So this is what calculated. You leave the education, you leave the medical, you leave the whistleblow for results of December exam continue. No, that is not whistleblowing. Aziz, that is not whistleblowing, okay? I'll tell you when whistleblowing comes. Okay. So other things are left out, like you have to buy the clothes. Those things are not taken into. Only that is house rent, food for 4 people. Minimum. Okay, this is minimum wages. Okay, this is how it is calculated. But we say fair pay. Leave the wages in offices. Fair pay. Now you can see that the fair pay is having a higher gap after last 2-3 decades when software industry has boomed up, because the definition of fair pay in software industry is they talk in lakhs. Whereas outside the software industry, come down to the street, the fair pay is not even 20,000 per month, 30,000 per month in any factory or office. Am I right? Most of you are in software industry. What could be the average salary you think any one of you can say? Average monthly salary. Say in Chennai, Kolkata. Say middle class. How much they might be earning? 80,000 Aziz, middle class. 50,000 Abhay.
18,000 is the average salary in Chennai for middle
How much?
class. 1
80
8
or 18?
1 8
Yes,
18,000.
yes.
In
18
Kolkata,
plus
around
25 Rajiv Kumar,
15,000.
yes. Around 20, right? If you see. Yes, exactly. Freshers 12. It is 20,000, right? Just that's why I told don't talk about software industry. Software industry freshers are getting more than me maybe, right? After 20 years of experience. So you cannot talk about the software industry. Think about the normal people, right? Come out. That's why to come out to the streets, the middle class, right? Fair pay is so diminished. But there is still more things to talk about in fair pay. The equity is not there. Pay equity is the biggest problem. What even with pay equity? Look at the diagram I have given you. There is a big gender gap all over the world. You can see it is in dollars. This fair pay movement is going on in a fearful way in Europe and America, because the pay fixation of a men and women is having a big gap. They put in the same hours, they give the same result, but still because of gender, payment is less. Is it true or false? In India,
True,
true or false?
true, ma'am, true.
True. And you can see that in, obviously, if you want to see, just go to any construction site, right? Ask a woman and man working the same thing. They'll be baking bricks or something. Ask them. You will see nearly 50% less for women. But they'll be doing the same job. And actually, if you see, the output will be more in women's side because they don't go for cigarette breaks. They don't go for often other breaks, right? They come on time and they go late. The output is more many times. So this is a universal problem issue in fair pay. Universally, women are paid less than men, and day by day, the workforce of women is increasing. Do you get my point? It is matching actually. Why all these things are taken into this much of importance? It is gaining the momentum, because we call it as glass ceiling. Not only pay. You can see that you go to any college when they are getting placement, right? What will happen, You can see that in a class, nearly if 60 girl students are taken into placement, say for example, 20 boys will get the job. Obviously, because of the marks, right? Usually, you can see the statistics, girls get more marks. They are very studious than boys. So the placement, if you see, the percentage of girls will be very high, boys will be low, right? This is for entry. After 2 years, you see when they come to the supervisory level, it will be like balanced, 50-50. After 3-4 years, a little bit the middle management level, girls will be very low, boys will get more promotions. And if you go to the CEO level, top level management, It's pathetic. The women who got 60% in the entry, out of that only 1 or 2% will go to the CEO level, whereas out of the 20%, nearly 15% will go to the CEO level. Do you agree with me? Can you see many top level managers as women are men? Men. But at the entry level, women are more. How is that? Because in between, due to the various social or cultural norms or this pay dropouts are a lot. Right? So this pay equity is the major ethical issue in the HR side, right? The next one is lack of transparency. The pay is not very transparent. Pay is very confidential, right? How you are calculating, what is the basis, it's not open. The transparency is the next issue. Lack of medical assistance, this we have seen already in pay. That is not a component, is missing always. And filling up of these pay gaps, not only with women, a lot of pay gaps are there. And we will see in the discrimination part that. So how to fill up these gaps? So these are the basic issues in the fair pay. Then this is like elephant in the room, right? Sexual harassment and sexual violence, right? First, let us see the picture down. Always we think that when we talk about sexual violence in workplace, more often we think that it is the victims are women. No. Why we get more news on victimized women are we have a system for compliance for women. There is a grievance redressal system. There is a law. There is a cell where they can go and lodge their complaints. The society is ready to listen to women. Okay? And society has taught men that they should not complain on their own weakness. So these two major factors hide all the violence that happens to men. Right? But men are getting sexually assaulted too in the organizations, in the workplace. There are so many cases which goes unfiled and heard of. They will not come and complain. They'll go alone, they will cry in the bathroom and come out. Right? It's very hard to digest, but this is the truth. This is a fact happening. And again, this is not only in India. This is more, the number of cases is very high in so-called developed countries, in white countries. Right? Very hard to believe. Or can you relate it? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Gopi Krishna says yes, at least one say yes. Yes, you have to believe. Why I am emphasizing on this, whenever we open this topic, immediately everyone empathizes women. Right? We'll come to that later. It is true. We have to empathize women, but we have to open our eyes towards happenings on this kind also. We have to be aware. Right? Because young men are more traumatized than mature men. Right? And it is not only that the sexual violence comes from men to men. Remember, this comes from women too. Right? This can happen from women to men too. So these are all cases which are happening in many of the countries. So workplace violence, it need not be sexual always, but workplace violence is a big problem in the workplace ethics. Right? And the violence can be of, getting slapped on or getting abused with bad words. All these things are also traumatic. Right? Okay, so this is about the other side of the coin. How the sexual harassment can be given to men too. As we have started, you have to be aware of your voice also. Remember that, right? We think that sending out girls is, we are very cautious about sending out the girls, right? We take care of them, we keep an eye on them, we particularly train them, we tell them about good touch, bad touch, and we make them aware of the people around them. But we fail in boys. We don't tell them. We tell them just you have to be on your own. You have to be courageous. But we fail to teach them on what is a good touch and bad touch. Hereafter, be careful on that too, because the law is very stringent when a girl is abused, right? But we don't take care of boys that much. So be careful about the boys in your house also. Right? Okay. We come back. So the first thing is psychological violence. This is the most, what do you say? Most omitted violence, most unheard of. We don't give priority to that. But the psychological violence is prevailing in almost all the organizations, right? This could be of anything like, see, you give a leave application. A person doesn't like you, or a person has asked you of some favor and you have not provided that. That will be in his mind, and he will take revenge on whatever you go. Say for you are asking a leave, will be get rejecting. You'll ask for promotion, rejected. Then your observation report, rejected. Right? How long you can take it up? This is psychological violence. Are you able to understand? You are getting beaten up indirectly. Right? And it will leave scars in your heart. That is psychological violence. Second is virtual abuse or innuendos. Like, we're running out of time. So, see, virtual abuse is, like this online meeting. Nowadays, this is happening a lot. Okay? Online meetings are in the virtual mode abuse, like saying something or remarking. Innuendos is like two meanings, like you will say one thing which is having a surface meaning, but the opposite person will understand the meaning underneath. That is innuendos, like making a two-way jokes, like to opposite sex, like that. Then coercion, blackmailing or threatening with a promotion, blackmailing with a promotion, or saying that your incentives will be cut. Like when a person is having a authority, doing all these things. Lack of support system. When a person is going through these problems, when there is no proper support system, then the organization is failing. Then lack of grievance system procedures, where you can go on complaint. Support system is where people will hear you off. They'll come cajole you. And when there is no grievance system, you cannot go and complain. The other form of violence is bullying. Like just because physically one person is bigger, or just because they have a louder voice, just because they are very good in knowledge, in some way they are a little bit higher than you, they can bully you. Bullying is not only in schools, bullying happens in workplace also, right? Harmful staring. Many of us doesn't give importance to that, like women go through that a lot, right? Women are victimized just by staring, I think I need not explain. Men know that better. Just by looking at a woman, right, you can make them uncomfortable. Am I right or not? Does this happens in workplace or not? Yes. Right? So harmful staring. Just by looking at a person, you can create a violence. Right? So these are all, what I mean to say is unnoticed workplace violence. So what are all the noticeable? You can see I have given, that's why given in a kind of iceberg. That is called as iceberg diagram, That line in between is, I'll make through the cursor. That line in between is like the surface of sea, you can see. That is the tip of the iceberg. What we can see tip of iceberg? We see about the murders happening in the workplace, rapes happening in the workplace, sexual assault, physical and emotional abuse, sexual harassment. All these things comes to the news. This is the tip of the iceberg. On top, we can see that, we can read that, we are relating to that. We know this is happening in the workplace. What is underneath the iceberg, which is a hidden iceberg, disrespect of women. Like, when in a meeting, I'll give you an example. When a meeting, when a woman is voicing out, just what do you say, by a hand gesture, making them shut up or saying that no, it's not worth, are able to understand. Degrading, disrespecting by one word. Sexist jokes, other way of keeping them quiet is comment something the women will feel uncomfortable and they will keep quiet. Right? It could be a two-way, something in a group of when people around, right? Unequal pay, as I said, already we have seen that. That is, it's a kind of, what do you say, harassment, because obviously money is power. When you are paying the other person a lot of money, what happens? The right goes down. Unequal pay, harmful gender stereotypes. We see that, right? One of that I'll tell you, most of the chairs or tables or even the dais podium where we speak, all of these are designed for men. I always say I am 5 feet, which is an average women of Indian height, I think, of my generation. Now I see girls are very tall, but I feel very, what do you say, problematic whenever I go. A chair is designed for man, table is designed for man. It is, all of these are designed for a 6 feet person. You get my point? Every day this is a problem for women. We are 5 feet here. Think about us. You make all the things at least for 5.5 feet people. So we will also accommodate, you also accommodate. Gender stereotypes. You never give the consideration that women is also in the workforce. Am I right? Then sexist language, which is very common. Right? When you abuse, what do you abuse? You abuse about the person's mother and sister. Am I right? Right or wrong? I see all men photo here, so I don't get proper response. Maybe am I right or not? Let us be ethical
Yes,
and
yeah.
say you are cursing other man, right? But what do you curse? You curse with his mother and sister. It's the most common curse in the universe, right? Sexist language. So these are all the underneath hidden violence or harassment. Harassment is just, you need not slap or kill a person. Harassment is like, do you know the literal meaning of sarcasm? Sarcasm is ripping. Ripping means, see, if you make a sarcastic remark, it is like you are ripping a skin of a person. Harassment is like that. Every time you make harassment, you are creating a scar in my soul. So when this goes on for years in a workplace, there the stress starts. Do you understand? So a workplace can become a stressful place for a person because you may not notice why I am getting stressed. It may be because continuous disrespect from your colleagues, staring from your colleagues, sexist joke, you are not able to voice out. See, there is rule that you cannot hang a calendar in your workplace if a woman feels uncomfortable with a calendar picture. Do you know that? If a woman objects that calendar is offensive for me, you have to remove that. That is how the law gives protection for a woman in workplace. But whether we follow it, it's an ethical question again. Right? Okay. So the next one.
One question.
Yes?
Yeah, on the previous slide, so on the top of the there's emotional abuse also. So I'm just wondering, shouldn't it fall
Yeah, I'll
under?
go to this slide.
Yeah. So
Yes.
in the top of the iceberg, right? So
Yes.
in the visible ones, right? Emotional abuse, I have
Emotional. Yes.
shouldn't be hidden as well, because sometimes the language and all, it's not very clear, but the person directly knows, right? It's a emotion.
Yes, emotional abuse, why we are giving here is it is gaining momentum. Emotional abuse is becoming, why? Because, not in India, but emotional abuse is very, what do you say, accepted legally in many of the countries. Like the therapist can give a certificate that they are emotionally abused and it is taken legally.
No, I'm saying like that is more of a hidden, right? It should be below
Yes,
the iceberg.
In India it is hidden. We don't take that much. See, if a person, if a brother comes to you and say that I have a boss and he is ill treating me every day, I don't want to work. As a big brother, what do you say? All the workplaces are like that. You are a man, don't try, go and adjust. Is it not?
Yeah.
Do we have the empathy and say that if it is so, if you don't like, you resign the job, or you have the courage to talk back to the person? How many of us say to that young brother? Anyone? Will any one of you give the counseling that you have to talk back to that person? Stand up for you, or I will come and take care of you, or you go and complain, or you resign the job, quit the job? How many of you will give this counseling? We don't give importance to the emotional abuse at all, right? We say that not only here, Indian society is like that. We say that adjust with that, whatever it is. You have a problem in your in-laws house, adjust with it. You have a problem in your school, adjust with it. All of the places are like this only. We never teach them to stand up, voice out, or be happy in a place, right? So most of us has these emotional scars. Emotional abuse is the words, see, for example, in a room, you are having an argument with your boss. If he scolds you with very dirty language, can you come out and talk about that? Or the worst is, if your subordinate scolds you like that, you are the boss, with dirty language, filthy language, can you come out and tell others that this has happened, he has insulted you? But that will be, the bitterness will be inside you, right? That is emotionally getting abused. This is what I'm saying is very, what do you say, just words. Think about women. If a bad touch happened to a woman, right? It's not a rape. She cannot come and complain out. If she go and tells spouse or mother, what happens, the same thing. It's not a big deal. You are not getting raped. So you cannot leave the job for that. So you have to swallow that, digest that. Think about the trauma she has to go through that. Are you able to understand? Everyone cannot be so insensitive. Few girls can be so sensitive also. Right? So this is a problem. A workplace is full of these kind of, what do you say, issues, where many of us cannot even talk about. See, in the classroom itself, right? So that is why I wanted to open all these topics, so that let us come out of the inhibitions, come out of the shell, and this has to be talked. The workplace should be a happy place, because yesterday I told you about work-life balance. We spend most of our life in the workplace. So workplace becomes like a home to us. We spend most of the time there, like a home. So we should make it as a happy place for us. Otherwise, why we have to go for work for living when we have a very traumatized living? Then there is no need of work, according to me. You have to leave the job. Then workplace safety. This is another one important thing. I think let us take few minutes before the other person comes and finish off this. Okay. I think most of you understands. I have given you some pictures for easy understanding. See, the first thing is this marketing fellow, the delivery boys we call. We don't take care of these hazards in workplace. Workplace safety, leave about the manufacturing industry, chemical industry, where you have to have the mask, fire drills, fire escape routes. All these are under OSHA. We call it as OSHA. Okay, that is safety, where the government have the rules and regulations, protocols, how to install in a factory, and some factories follow that, some factories do not follow that. But on where there is no protocol at all. See these delivery boys working day and night. When they go for delivery at night, what is the safety for them? Right? There are a lot of problems like that. Night medical shops, where it is open 24/7, the people working there doesn't have that much of safety. And the second kind of this is unorganized sector. This is called a salt field. White color, no, this is salt field, where seawater will be allowed to dry, and there will be salt plates everywhere, and these manual laborers has to break the salts and take. You may think that what is the safety features, what is unsafety here? You know what, these men who are working in the salt fields go blind after years, after few years of working in the salt fields, because the reflection of sun is so bright in the white salt mines, they lose their eyesight after few years. The simple thing is they should be provided with a light cutting glasses, which the employers doesn't take care of. right? Because they don't have agreement. They go blind. They have to go sit at their home. And the next one is like BPOs where night shifts are working. I have given that a lot of problems. I need not say that what is the workplace safety for these people working in night shift. They have to take a company cab. What is the safety for that? We have come through a lot of incidents on that, right? So like this, just examples I have given. Workplace is very hazardous, a lot of pollutions, and so we say external, internal, right? Internal workplace hazards are there, externals are also there. So workplace safety is another big issue. I think discrimination we have to discuss in the next class because this is also a big topic. So I would like to close here. Maybe I think other madam will be waiting. So if you have any doubts, we can clear now and finish this session. Next week we will continue with discrimination. Okay? Any doubts? Thank you. I had a lot of conversation. You are also participating in the class, so that makes more interesting for me also. It gives motivation, to come with good examples and give more things. Thank you very much for patient listening. So with that, we wind up the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
very good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes.
can you just help us out with the when our second semester examination will be held? Any tentative date?
June actually. You will be having the on June 8th. Tentative date is June 8th.
8th June, okay. And ma'am, what about the result? Like most of us are in a confused
Yeah,
stage.
I inquired yesterday itself actually. Tomorrow there will be announcement on that. There is some unexpected delay. So tomorrow there might be an announcement on that when your results will be out. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you
Website.
so much, ma'am. Thank you
Yeah, we
so
will
much.
give it in the website tomorrow. I have already inquired about that. Okay?
Actually, ma'am, we are quite confused. We are the first batch that we are appearing for 7 papers.
That is why we are introducing the CBCA system, grading 7 subjects. Actually, your batch is the first one where we are making it at par with the regular MBA in the Pondicherry University. So
Yes,
your
ma'am.
degree will be at most equal on par with the regular MBA, right? So the
Yes,
society is
ma'am.
going to expect a lot from you people. Be prepared. Okay?
And ma'am, one more thing. Like for
Yes.
the first semester, we had our first external examination, and
Yes.
after a month, we appeared for the internal
No,
examination.
this time we are planning to do it before the exams are announced. Okay? So it might be before the exams.
Like we will be having the internal first and then the external,
Yes,
right?
yes, exactly.
Okay, okay.
That is
Okay,
a
ma'am. Okay.
model. But last time, as you were the first batch, we had to conduct it after the examination. So
Yes,
this year,
ma'am.
this semester, we are planning to keep it ahead. So let us see how it
Okay.
goes. Okay.
So
Actually,
probably this is the first week of June we will be appearing for the internals, and from 8th June it will be our external, right?
yes,
Oh,
that is how
okay,
we are
okay.
planning. But as I told you, now we are everything is in Samarth portal. Samarth portal
Yes.
is from Delhi University. According to the Ministry of Education, we are a central university, so we follow the rules of Ministry of Education. So we are using the software from Delhi, UGC. Samarth portal we call it.
Okay.
You might be using that for admission and all. Your life cycle,
Okay.
student life cycle is there. So examination is also getting into that with your grading. So that is where we are finding it difficult. So bear with us. So maybe it will smoothly roll out because we are dependent on outsiders. That is why. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, and thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Ma'am, actually, the result hasn't come to like first semester results.
Yeah, that's what I told you. Tomorrow we will give announcement on that.
Okay.
Some unexpected delay was there, so maybe tomorrow we will sort it out and get you the date at least when it will be out. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Don't worry about that because see you are in safe hands. The university will have whatever it is. You will sometimes it get delayed as I told you because of the software which we are facing. It is
Ma'am,
in
actually, we are worrying about like if any people, like any of us,
yes.
but suffers from a supply paper or if the paper does not get clear, so we have a chance to appear in a second semester, right?
Of course, we will think about that. Don't worry. So we will give time for you to apply in the June examination itself. So the next
Directly, yes,
exam will
ma'am.
be based on after the result is out. Okay. We cannot
Yes.
override that. So once your results are out, there will be sufficient time for you to appear for the RES exam in June. That will be designed like that only. You need not worry about that. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah,
Good
I was
afternoon,
there
ma'am.
only. So I was just gave the time for 2 minutes. Just madam was concluding, and you are clarifying your doubts, isn't it, regarding examinations and regarding your results and all. So
Yes,
just
ma'am.
I doesn't want to disturb and all. So I was waiting. So, but don't worry, they will sort it out. May take time to get along with the system and all, because now this time they have changed the procedure and all. So that's why it's happening. So they are the people who are working with the distance education. Shortly, they will resolve the issues and all. Okay, so don't worry about it. So let us start the class now. So we were talking about your human resource management, the different functions of human resource management. We talked about the planning. We talked about the job design, that is what exactly the skills, experience, knowledge, and aptitude which you required and expecting from the candidate to fulfill the organizational the requirement confined, I mean the defined particular the vacancy and all. So we were talking about that, and we stopped at the recruitment. What is the recruitment, and what are the different ways of recruitment and all, we were talking about that. So discussing, so the recruitment is giving an opportunity to enhance the potentiality of the individuals
Ma'am,
who
you
are,
sharing? Could you
yeah,
share?
I'll share. No, no, not it yet. I'll share. So
Thank
just I'm recapping it shortly, and also that's why. Yeah, fine. So we were talking about the recruitment. Recruitment is giving an opportunity to for the individuals, those who are potential, those who are eligible, those who have a proper qualification, desirable to work with the system, and experience which are matching. So they are eligible to apply for the particular jobs and all. So you are giving an opportunity through the process called a recruitment. So this can be done with the different sources. Traditional sources are there, and then modern sources are also there. Under the traditional sources, again it is classified into internal and external, and modern sources again it is classified into internal and external sources. So different ways are there where all the methods will have its own advantages and disadvantages. One, it is constraint of the time and financial aspects, and the willingness of the company, whether they wanted to invite a wide range of applicants and attract the global individuals, global talent. If they wanted to go ahead with that, they can wait, they can choose, they can recruit the people. If not, they doesn't want to spend much financially, immediate recruitment, immediately they wanted to fulfill the vacancies and all. So in that case, what kind of a recruitment is best matching, so that based on that only they are going to choose, right? So that is either it is a modern or it is a traditional or it is a internal or external. One can choose according to their requirement and all. We had enough discussion on that. Let us move on to the once we are received the application. The next stage is we have received the applications. We are going to move ahead with the selecting the candidates. We wanted to, and selecting means we wanted to now you have in your hand almost the hundreds of applicants and applications and all. So out of that, how do you select a one who is eligible, one who is exactly matching the requirements of organization, and one who is exactly having a potentiality to fulfill that particular vacancy? So how do you identify that? The process is called it as selection. The selection is the process of choosing from the group of applicants those individuals best suited for the particular position and organization. So what exactly it says it? So among the stream, among the number of applicants, you are trying to identify who is the best matching the skills and requirements, qualification, experience, whatnot. So to fulfill that particular vacancy. Who is that? How do you identify the process? The process which we are taking step by step to identify an individual who's best matching the skills and requirement to the particular vacancy. So here the very lengthy we will take, will not read it out. We will take certain points how exactly this happens, the selection and all. First, it is the process of identifying the human resources. Means like here, let us take an example of we are going to fulfill the vacancy for the finance department. So from the candidate, what we are trying to expect, what kind of a candidates we require for the particular, the fulfill the requirement of the finance department. One who is must have a financial degree or a background, whether it is a post graduation, masters, other graduation, or any additional experience and all those things you look for. This is the basic criteria. Other than that, any other degrees which they are going to screen. Out of that, see, first you are segregating, screening the applicants who are best matching. Art is wide range. So identifying the sources from where which sources I could able to get the candidates and all. Searching for the prospective employees, stimulating them to apply for the job. So stimulating, as we said, we are trying to make them to apply for the jobs by giving attractive pay packages, brand name of the company, stability, and his resources. With all these things, we are trying to attract the individuals to apply for the particular job. Once it is applied, then the process of selection is obviously it is intentions to choose the best qualified suitable job candidate for the unfulfilled job. That is the intention. Means here we are trying to identify best human resources. Best means how do you define the best? Best in terms of quality, education, experience. All these should match the requirement of the unfulfilled vacancy. So that is the process which is called it as a selection. What are the essentials of selection procedures and all? How do you undertake this? Here it is something. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, what exactly the selection, the essentials and all? Here you once you wanted to select among the stream, among the number of applicants, you have to identify one. For that, one should have a authority. Means who is going to undertake this selection process? Who is going to identify the candidate? For that, one should have a authority to select the particular candidate who is best matching the unfulfilled vacancy and all. And this authority comes from the employment requisition. Means authority, how it will come? The one who is working with the long term with the organization with a particular the job with a particular cadre, he developed the confidence from the organization that he is the one who is going to work for the system, for the development of the system, and he can be responsible for further identifying the right candidate for the organization. Right. And the next one is it is sufficient number of, see, if I wanted to fulfill the 4 vacancies, it is the common criteria that we should have a minimum number of applied applicants and all. See, otherwise what will happen? See, four vacancies are existing, only 7 applicants are received. Out of that, you are supposed to select the 4 candidates. So you are not going to get enough number of applicants, and you could not able to judge, evaluate who is the best. So because you don't have an option at all. See, whoever are available, you have to select among them. There is no criteria that who is the best, who is the, so among them you are trying to identify. That is not, that should not be there. That should not be there. So here, to select the process, to undertake the selection process, one should have a proper required number of applicants. Like usually organizations used to take 1:2, 1:3, 1:4. Like that, they used to have, depends upon the cadre, it is executive position, managerial position, top management position. Depends upon that, that ratio the organization is HR is going to decide. Based on that only, when the number of applicants have come, and then they will go ahead with the selecting the candidates among the applicants and all, right? These are the 2 main criterias when you are following a selection process and all. And how do you do this selection? The manner in which the task and responsibilities for accepting, rejecting the candidate. See here, it is only one thing will happen. What do you mean by the selection? It is some are selected, some will be rejected. A very simple way. Means out of the stream, out of the 20 applicants, I'm just I'm going to fulfill the 4 vacancies. That means some are accepted, some are rejected. Right? That is the actually the who will undertake this the activity, the line and the staff management. See here, what is the line and staff management? You might have been studied in the first semester, organization behavior and all. Line is which is talking from the top to bottom. A managing director, different departmental heads, then the executives, then the front line, then the workers, that is the wage workers and all. So it flows from top to bottom. Whereas the staff executives are from horizontal left to right and all. Like here, different departmental heads will come and they will take a decision that within in consultation with other departments, whether it is feasible or not, what kind of a candidate we require. In consultation with that, they will take the decision. So if I wanted to take a candidate for the finance department or HR department, I have to consult with the HR and the top management. These salaries are sufficient. This salaries package can I offer? Then only I could able to attract the people, or I cannot able to invite them to my system and also. Decision will be taken based on the line and staff executives in the system. So the thing, personal development should eliminate unsuccessful candidates and also here development should eliminate. Eliminate means you are supposed to eliminate the candidates who are not eligible, who are not fit for that stated the unfulfilled vacancy and all. And the line executive is ultimately vested with the authority either to accept or reject the candidate. See who will, see here you try to understand. The line management always talks about the power, authority, responsibility, right? They have all the rights whether they can select the candidates or reject the candidates. Staff management can express their opinion, one who is a suitable or not suitable, right? Line executive means like you are the bottom to the top level. So who is going to take a decisions will take a decision that whether the candidate will be accepted or selected or not. Then line executives always will have an authority to take a decision to accept or reject the candidates and all. And the personnel officer has a duty to see that the right type of the personnel are selected and placement is done wisely and all. So what is the role of HR here? The role of HR is, so the line manager will take a decision whether to accept or not to accept the candidate. But HR role in almost all the recruitment process, HR must be the part of the recruitment process and selection process. What HR will look for? What is the duty of the HR? What is the duty of the personnel manager? Whether the right candidate has been selected or not, with what package he has selected, what are the responsibilities can be assigned to this particular person, all these are going to be judged. The knowledge wise, skills wise, the concerned staff manager will take care of it. But HR wise, the person manager will look for what kind of a attitude he has, what kind of a package can be offered to this particular person, can, and also the recruitment process should be done, the selection process should be done in a wise manner, not to have any bias, not to have any favoritisms, or not to have any room for any misunderstandings and all. So what is the role of the person here? The role of the personnel is always the recruitment process and the placement and the selection process should be done in a very fair manner, in other words. And the next one is how do we do this selection procedure and all. Selection process will have several methods. About first thing is you are trying to collect the information about the candidate. About the see first of all, so when you call for an recruitment, when you would like to go for a recruitment and selection process and all, what is the basic criteria? Basic criteria is to know about the particular candidate. So across the country we are receiving the applications and all, we don't know who is what and all. So what is the basic criteria here? The person, what kind of a person we are the applicants are received. First you need to know about the basic information about the particular candidate. So basic information what and all will include, one is a qualification, as I said, whether he is from the social sciences or whether he is from the science background or any arts background. So what is the, whether we are looking for the masters, but whether the candidate has a masters, bachelor's, or like additional qualification, whether he has anything and all. Experience, whether I'm looking for an experience, then the candidate is fulfilling the requirement. His biodata, his resume, his curriculum, it should show that all these things fulfill the requirement of giving the particular information about the qualifications, experience, physical and mental abilities, and nature and behavior of the person. So how do you can ask me the question, how do you evaluate the nature and the behavior of the person? So most of the interviews, most of the selection process, the people used to ask the questions, right? Like what are your weaknesses, what are your strengths, what are your hobbies and all. So with that, what they wanted to know, why they wanted to know about your strength and weaknesses, what they are going to do with that? Nothing. The thing is, it is shows your nature of the behavior of a particular person, that will shows your mental abilities with a different test and all, different the expressions, the way how you are responding and all. Because of to know about that only, they would like to ask these kind of a questions in the selection process and all, right? Knowledge, attitude, and they like judging whether given applicant is suitable or not for the job and all. Judging means, because of that, no, for all MBAs your case studies are mandatory, it is a compulsory. Why they made it as a compulsory? Because they wanted to enhance the decision making abilities of a particular person. You are the HR is the person who is going to take a decision whether it is feasible or not feasible, why it is, whether it is the right candidate or not. So they are going to judge it, right? So they wanted to know about, these are the basic information. The first step is to knowing about the candidate. The next is the single, it is not a single method, there are different methods are there how we can go for the selection process. First, basic information they would like to know. Later, specific job related abilities they wanted to test, and different types of the information also they will secure, again related to experience, related to the qualification, related to their like extracurricular, extra talents, exhibits, achievements. They would like to know about all these things. Once it is done, this is all the preliminary process. Once it is done, then they'll go ahead with the secondary stage, that is knowing more about conceptually, knowing more about the candidates fulfillment of the stated vacancy and all. So now let us see. This is try to remember this chart. Will give you a complete selection process and all. No need to go through entire the system and all. See, this will give you a very precisely about your and the what are the different steps are followed in the selection process and all. The one is first one is here the job analysis, human resource plan, recruitment, access the fit of your uh, a particular job, I mean the white collar job or blue collar job, and the candidate. So first these are the different steps are there here. And when it comes to job analysis, at the left hand side, first certain terms I'll explain, and then we'll go for the right hand, what are the different selection process steps are there. The job analysis already previous classes I told you about. So it is talking about the job, what is the actually job is expecting from the candidates, about the responsibilities, about what to be done, what not to be done, about what kind of a candidates expected and all. It is all the information we will be able to get it from the job analysis. Then the next one is a human resource plan, as we discussed yesterday, where exactly the vacancy is existing, what kind of a human resources we require, when we require, at what level we require, how much the pay package we can afford. So that is all comes under the human resource planning, that is manpower planning. Then the next step also we discuss recruitment is one, we are making a potential candidates to apply for the particular job, and what kind of a jobs we are trying to conduct the recruitment process, either it's a white collar or the blue collar jobs we are conducting the recruitment process. And then because recruitment process will vary based on the kind of employees we are trying to recruit. Whether when we are recruiting a candidate for the top level management like a manager post or HR experience, so level of abilities tested, kind of an interview conducted will be different. And if you are conducting the interview for the frontline people or fresh graduates for the department and all, so the level of interview, the type of the questions, judging pattern will be different. So that's why what kind of access to the particular candidates, how we need to judge them. The next thing is about, so this is the left hand side. This is once it is done, now the selection means like there are different methods will be there to undertake the selection. So now you have a number of applicants in your hand, the stream of applicants you have in your number of applicants are there. Out of that, now you have to screen it. Only here the vacancies are 4 existing, but now you have received now around 150 applications. At least 50 plus applications you have received. So among the 50 plus applications, you have to select a best 4. So how this process will flow? Let us see now the one step by step. Development of basis for selection. So first criteria is, before getting into the selection process, the selection panel must have a selection criteria. That is a basis for selection criteria process. What is a basis? Basis is a criteria. So means what I'm looking for it, what basically one should have in his curriculum, so for which to fulfill the particular vacancy. So first you need to develop that. So if the candidate will have this 1 2 3 4 5, okay fine, he's the best matching the job required. So like you can select there are 10 requirements, 10 anticipations, 10 criteria you are keeping it. How many criteria a candidate, a potential candidate is meeting, that will be the higher the rate of selecting a particular individual, or you are rejecting the application and all. So first, as before getting into the selection process, first management, HR management, the HR manager, one who is going to attend for the recruitment process, selection process, should develop the criteria that what a kind of a person I required, what I'm looking for it, right? That then now here the process will start. Application, resume, CV or biodata will come now. So first they'll call first. So why do we need to they know about this? Because to know about the basic information about the particular candidates. So applications, some companies will have their own format of applications, and some companies will they'll ask to post their CVs and latest CVs and also it is all depends upon the company to company. We cannot say that this is only the standard format and all. Some companies, as you know, they will have, when you are logging to that particular website and all, they'll have the different stages, like a page 1, page 2, save, and then finally submit application and all. So like they'll have their own pattern. Otherwise some companies will have, they don't have any format at all. They wanted to know about the candidate. You can submit the application as you wish, right? So whatever it is, this is the first stage, is trying to know more about the candidate and all. The next is about written examination. So among the strata, it's a group of applicants, so you need to remove people who are not qualified and all. So for that, which is the best way? Just go ahead with the written examination and all. Written examination will give you complete information. That information, that written examination can be conducted on aptitude test or subject knowledge, or it depends upon the company to company. First, the company would like to go for aptitude, whether mentally or physically or whatever aptitude wise, whether you are fit or not, they wanted to test it and all. And the next one, they wanted to test the knowledge of the employee about the subject, about the particular organization. So it is all depends again. Written examinations can be conducted. How the written examinations on a general or in a subject wise, or it is aptitude wise, what they wanted to test it, that can be given in a written examination and all. This written examination will give you a sum, the scrutinization process, that is, you are trying to reduce the number of applicants and all, right? So those who are exactly matching, you can select them. You can just shortlist them. We cannot say it here selection. It is can be shortlisted and all. The next is the preliminary interview. Preliminary interview is just whether the candidate is physically present or not. Physically present, how he is responding, what is his level of communication, how his adaptability, basic things on a general view they wanted to know about it. The next thing is about business games, because how sharp, how quick is the one who is going to, why the business games can be conducted. It is, see, whatever the steps I am telling here and we are discussing it, it is a general methods. It is not mandatory that every company will follow one after the other the same pattern. No, these are the methods which are available, and depends upon the company to company, organization to organization. Some steps will be changed, are not followed. So just they, it is depends upon their convenience, and the expectations depends upon number of applicants, the steps will be followed or omitted and all. And the next one is a test of your, the whether it is a physical fitness test or it is a mental abilities, like that again they will conduct the test and all. Final interviews about your subject knowledge and pay packages, willingness of work, or how long you would like to work with the company, or regarding all those things they would like to go for a final interview. The whether you are these negotiations also in a top level positions, managerial positions, here in the final interview negotiations also will happen. Negotiations means, what are the negotiations here? Regarding the pay packages. If you are willing to work with this company, how much would you like to pay for me, and like that the negotiations also will go ahead. And medical examinations, if required for a specific post, can be conducted. Reference checks also can be done, because in your resumes or in your curriculum, so you have, right, you might have been given a references and all. They would like to check the references which you are given, about to know more about the particular candidate and all. Line manager's decision. Line manager, as you know, from top to bottom, will take a decision either to select or reject. The next thing is about job offer. What is the job offer here? You are offering the job to come and join for the particular day with the organization, become a part of your organization. Employment, you're offering an employment, right? So this is with this the selection process steps will get over. But as I said, I'll repeat once again, these are all the general format which are followed in any companies and all. It is not mandatory that all the steps are need to be followed and all. No, It all depends upon the company to company which one is the most appropriate that step they used to conduct. And once they select a candidate, now the next step, the story, second episode will come, next episode will come. What is that? Recruitment is done. First recruitment is you are making them to apply for the job. Next step is selecting the right candidate and all. Next step is now the placement. Now the candidate is ready. So what exactly the placement talks about it? Once he has offered a job and all, the what is the next stage? He'll come to the organization to report the duty and all. So you are given an offer letter. Offer letter is not your complete process is over. Offer letter is whether this offer letter the candidate is accepted or not. So what? How do you know that? Once the candidate is coming on the specific day, reporting to the duty and giving the acceptance for the joining report and all. So that is called it as a placement. Once the offer letter has been given, the candidate reports to duty on a specific day and all. And on that day, management or organization will give him initially which who is selected for the organization, particular roles will be explained, the position which you have selected the candidate. So the management, senior managers or HR managers explain about his roles and responsibilities on a particular job. That is called a placement. And next is immediately what will happen, they will be asked to attend the training programs related to the job for a particular period. So why? Because it is not that some companies will training programs probation period will be taken for the 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or it is all depends upon the company to company. What does it mean of it? Once you are sitting on a particular placement, that is a job you are accepted now. So you have to learn the system. You doesn't know that this is the day one of your the reporting to the duty, but you doesn't know exactly what are your roles and responsibilities, how to fulfill and all, whether you are could be able to achieve it or not. So all these things need to be given a training. So right. So and then once you are used to the system, if your level of performances are evaluated, and if you are fulfilling the requirement and all, then the jobs will be considered as a permanent. This testing period is called it as a probation or training period. Means a candidate is under the learning and observation. If he is best matching, could able to fulfill the requirement, can be continued as a permanent employee. If not, what will happen? He will be removed after the probation period and all. And the next step, what will happen here? And the final placement here, initial training is over based on the candidate's aptitude performance during the training probation period. See, once the training and probation period is over, the candidate is considered as a permanent or regular employee for the particular system and all. This is maybe a probation period. It is a period, depends upon the job, depends upon the cadre, a level where the candidate has been recruited, top, middle, or bottom level, and what kind of a job it is offered. So, or what kind of a training program have you received, whether it is on the job training program or off the job training program, how much the company has spent on the particular candidate. Once it is decided, so this probation period is considered as a testing or knowing about or learning the candidates the abilities and all. So once it is done, so this may vary from 6 months to 2 years. Depends upon, here it is given 6 months. Some companies even will have a 3 months only. After that, they will enhance the package, and then they'll consider him as a permanent employee of the organization and all. And the next thing is about if the performance is not satisfactory during the probation period and all, company will always have a right to remove the candidate, quit the job and all. So it is not that. So once you have been selected, what happened? Yeah, what
Can
happened?
you please explain the last point?
Yeah, probation period, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Probation period generally ranges between 6 months to 2 years. It is given here. As a fundamentally, it is depends upon a company to company. That may vary from 3 months to 2 years. Right? It is all depends upon the job, like a marketing job, finance job, HR job, and company like your IT companies or production companies or financial institutions and the banks and all. It depends upon their system. This probation period will vary. The probation, as I have explained, it is a learning and testing period or understanding the particular employee, because as a new entrant, once you have joined to the company, you may have the subject knowledge, you may have the experience of working with other companies, but here we require a expectations which can match to my organizational expectations, or whatever the long term goals, what are the objectives of the organizations, how best it could able to fulfill, how best he can be trained in a specific period. So once this period is completed, what is his level of performances and also can be evaluated, judged. That period is called it as a probation period. Probation period is one thing which is talking about, it is a cushion time. Cushion time means it is getting adaptability for the system. You are given some time, because as a new entrant doesn't know about the system and what the roles you are supposed to perform, how you are supposed to perform, all these queries are there. Once you could able to meet these requirements, and then the services depends upon the satisfactory of the level of the managers, whether your probation will be continued, I mean probation is extended, or employee will be considered as a permanent employee. So it is all depends upon the line manager. Did you get it? Is it okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, the next, thank you. Okay, the next thing is about, so once your the level of performances are not satisfied, so this probation period, still the managers, still the superiors feel that you need some more time to learn the things. In that case, in a very extreme cases, the probation period may be extended also. Here, we are not specifying any time and all, because it is in a very extreme conditions or a very what we can different the situations, this probation period will be extended and all. So because the manager know you, the person is a slow learner, but he is having a capability of fulfilling the job and all. So in that case, what will happen, they will try, they will give one more chance to learn the things. So that is what the probation period may be extended, or the manager or a superior will feel that the one could not able to fulfill the job, he is not able to fulfill the requirement of the organizational expectations and all, so then he'll be removed. So the probation period will decide whether the depends upon the performance levels during that period is could continue or could quit the organization. So that is the period. If the employee performance during the probation period is satisfactory, what will happen? His services will be regularized and he will be placed a permanent on the job, particular job and all. Because now the system has come to know, the organization has comes to know that he is a employee who can fulfill the requirement, and also his services will be continued. If they feel that this person individual could not able to fulfill the requirement and all, so then they have to ask them to quit the job and all. So how this placement process will take up? So what are the different steps are there? Collect the details about the employees as soon as the employee is reporting to the organization the day one and all. So you have to give all your details. Details means not a CV. It is given what is your family, how many people are there, what is your share of your contribution, what is the salary, what is the PF contribution would like to go for it, and what are the benefits, who are entitled to get the benefits, who are your family members and all, next if dependents and all. What is the all these the emergency details the collected by the office of the HR about the particular employee, and construct the employee's profile means the what I mean, like they will develop, they'll have, every company will have their own softwares and all. They fill the all your details into that particular employee profile, because they will whenever it is required, like when you are joined, when you are eligible for the promotion, what is the level of your performance, how many times you are rewarded, and also all these things details are maintained and all. And the next thing is about match between subgroup profiles and individuals profiles. So match between subgroup profiles means those who are already existing in the particular, so they are then trying to match with that profiles and all who are already existing and all. Compare subgroup profiles with the job family profiles. Match between family profiles and subgroup profiles. Assign the individuals to the job family. See, this is entire the chart talking about your personal profile is going to be collected and compared with the other peers in the system, and your family people will be considered. Whether it is a bachelor, then again the parents who are your dependents and all. If anything happens, adverse happens, who are entitled to get the claims and all, how can be compensated. Because of that, they will collect all the informations and all. Right. So the next thing is about talking about the, in spite of having done all this system very systematically, still there are certain problems will arise in a placement and all. Employee
Madam,
expectations.
one question in the previous slide.
Yeah, please.
Can you go to the previous slide? So here, the family profile also is taken for the placement. But is it not like nowadays? Yeah, you should not be asking about your family situation and this before placement, right? So how this coming into picture? Is it not contradicting?
This means, see, not all the organizations, they are not asking, we cannot say that. Most of the organizations, see, if you are coming for the private sector or the, I mean, compare with the public and private sectors and all the public sector organization, mandatorily, you have to provide entire the information and all regarding the family, dependents, what is the age, whether you have the children or whether you have the parents, at what age. So it is mandated till today in a public sector. As you are talking about the private sector, some companies are not talking about this, the personal profile or the family profile and all. It is all depends upon the company again. So because why the, what is the need of collecting the family details are, because if anything is went wrong, a compensation whom they are
No, no.
entitled
So,
for it.
so I'm not asking about collecting, right? Collecting can happen everywhere because for
Yes,
insurance
yes.
and all other, but that should not be used to make a decision to place in any job family, right?
No,
So,
no, 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 no. This is not the part of decision making. This is only for maintaining your record for the company.
okay, thanks.
See, placement is always, so once see, recruitment selection is already done. You are the part of the organization now. The placement talks about only once you are reporting to the organization, you are going to submit certain details to the company regarding to maintain your a personal file. Means when you have joined, what age you have joined, when it is going to be promoted, you are eligible for the promotions and all, what are your increments and all, like how many projects you have completed. All these personal profiles and personal professional profiles will be maintained. It is not going to be involved in any kind of a decision makings. Only professional profile, they are going to take a decision. This family details and all, it is only for the sake of a protection, and it is for the sake of the family benefits. See, like if you're better, I mean, like I'm just asking one thing. See, if the family in a public sector organizations, what will have, all the children are entitled for get the medical benefits, like children's school fee reimbursement, so like LTCs, all these are there. Unless until the company knows about your family, and whether these the like parents or dependents are there, parents are employed public sector, if he is eligible for the pension, the parents cannot get for the medical claim. If he is not a public servant, then the parents are dependent completely on the public servant, then they are eligible to get the claim. See, because of knowing this record, it is a benefit of the employee only, the person who has joined, to make him comfortable. Whatever the eligibilities are there, whatever the benefits he has, he can claim when he could able to submit the details. Unless until you
So,
submit the details,
sorry to interrupt, but I think this flow is little confusing, no? Because here it doesn't talks about that. Here, last three steps, if you see,
no, see, this here assigning the individuals to job family means, here what they want, see, match between family profiles subgroups means, here we are just maintaining the record. We are maintaining the record, but we are not taking any decision on this.
But
See,
based on that only you are assigning the individual, no, to that job.
assign an individual specific job offer for the counseling and assessment. See what will happen here. See, if you are a bachelor, so sometimes what will happen, they are not willing to go for a transfers. Sometimes they would like to not accepting for the responsibilities and all. In extreme conditions we require this counseling and assessment. Because see, if I am giving you, see, like a promotion and even a transfer also, with the promotion, with the transfer, people used to say that no, I don't want a transfer at all, so if I'm forgo my promotion. So in that case what will happen here, individual specific job further means like each individual will be counseled. See, in case of emergency, in case of any requirement, your counselings are required. In a rare cases it is happened. That is what I said, no, whatever the steps we are discussing here, it is a general format. It is not mandatory that every step has to be followed by the HR department with every individual. Sometimes depends upon the requirement, can be omitted, can be withdrawn. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Yeah, okay. And the next thing is about, so here the problems in placement also will be happening. Employee expectations, job expectations, descriptions, and all. See, sometimes see, with the tag of, with the brand name of the company I joined, I know the pay packages also which is given in the advertisement, recruitment and selection and everything, but my expectations are little higher. Then when I enter to the company, when I'm not able to meet those expectations, that will leads to some kind of a disappointment and all. Job expectations, descriptions, what I thought, what I came here. So most of the things which happening here in the, see, like for example, you are now the management students and all. So management students, what they feel like MBA, after that directly we are getting into the cabin jobs, we'll be getting into the managerial positions and all. So it's not that all the time. So they will be selected as a trainees, executives, then they'll be getting the, but the mindset is like we are not comparing it, but that is a factual information which is happening. Most of thousands of MBAs are coming out of the institutions like B schools, IIMs, state universities, colleges, central universities, but who are paid more, what kind of a jobs they are getting. So can I compare myself with the IEMs or B schools? Like I equal it. My job expectations are the equivalent because I'm nothing inferior than those people. They are also MBAs. I'm also MBA. But why the disparity is existing? So some kind of a dissatisfactions will arise. Means it is not all the time. People may be highly satisfied. People may be dissatisfied sometimes, right? So this kind of a problems may arise. And change in the technology, not adaptability. Completely it is followed HR analytics in a HR department, which I'm not used to. Learning technology, I'm finding it very, very difficult. Get along with the system may happen. Change in the, so that is repeated. Change in organizational structure, social and psychological factors means, what is the psychological factors here? Social means, can I get along with my peers, can I get along with my subordinates, can I go, I mean, have a better understanding with my bosses, top level management. So social and psychological factors in work environment is the most important, which makes the employee comfortable, satisfied, motivated. If these factors are not comfortable, definitely the employee turnover will be higher and lot of discrepancies will happen. So social factors are also, see, lunchtime I'm gathering together and have a fun having a lunch and all, whatever the comfort of company is providing it. And psychological factors, we, if any kind of a stress environment, my manager is so supportive, who can supports me, who can guide me and to get with the system, get out of the stress levels and all. So all these factors are very much important. If you are not making it as a HR, is not able to provide these kind of a factors, and the problems will arise in the placements. Means the employee who has assigned for a particular job will be suffered, and he could not able to survive for the long term and all. So the next thing is about your how to make the placement effective. We discussed the problems. Now we need to have what are the solutions also. Job rotation, teamwork, training and development, job enrichment, and power. What is the job rotation? See, you might have been seen one employee will be sitting in the banking different counters, they will be rotating and see to know, I mean, some not to have a monotony in the job. What they can do, so they can sometimes they can rotate the job rotation and make them to learn the things, because one employee will be on the leave or some sabbatical leave or any other leaves and all. Our work should not suffer, and he is also boredom and monotony with the work and also can change. I mean, this is the one way how to eradicate the problems and all in a placement and all. One way is the job rotation, teamwork also. Build the team. So make them to motivate to work together, not as a individually. We all work, then our bank will, my sister, my group will be flourish. Like that, you just develop a team to enhance their skills and the training and development. So it is always motivational factor. Training and development. It's not that you are lagging the skill, time to time whatever the updates are there, time to time technology wise, time to time, like not only that, so they'll have some relaxing, they will be updating themselves, meeting together and get along with the system. All these things are happening in the training and development. Though you are spending either from the internal sources, internal resource persons or external resource persons, you might have been heard about the training cell may be conducting in resorts or some hill stations, or some outside agencies will come and train the employee. And why? Because this is the time to get along with the system, to learn new things, get update themselves, and then they'll have refreshing, and they can come back to the system and more quality quantity of the work they could able to put forth into their the working environment. Job enrichment also, I mean, how do we enrich our responsibilities, how do we potentially work for the system. Empowerment, what is the empowerment here? You are giving certain responsibilities, hiring, and they do accept whether he is capable of it, then you just give them more responsibility to provide perform their jobs and all. Okay, we'll stop here because the one more faculty will take induction and orientation is there, we'll continue here. So can you please tell me if you have any doubts, you can ask me, I'll repeat it, no issue. So, so someone has tested me that regarding the PPT. Sure, I'll share the PPTs. No worry. So whatever the, because your material is too extensive, and but these are the points are very important, and then any topic selection, recruitment, and the placement. So if you remember that, it will be easy for your examinations to follow. So if you have any doubt, you just tell me. Otherwise, we'll stop the class right now. No doubts? Okay, then. Have a nice day. Have a nice weekend. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll, yeah, Roy, you are responding. Thank you, Roy. So, for giving a proper response and clarifying the doubts, I'm happy with that. So, we'll meet you in the next week. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, bye.
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 Vijay, Murugan, Neetu. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Bye, ma'am.
Hi all, good noon. Am I audible? Whether my screen is visible to everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Screen is
Yes.
visible.
Yes. Okay. What as per our discussion, what we will do, I have already prepared the uploaded in the drive. So that link I have given at the end of the presentation. Today's session I'll complete and then I'll give at the end. So you can scan the the link. When you click the link, you will be able to download the PPT. Right. So we'll just have a quick recap of what we discussed in the last class. Right. 2 hours we had yesterday, last class, and then we will proceed to the today's session. Right. So last class we were talking about what is a strategy. I told you whenever there is a limitation, right, a scarcity either in the time or in the resources, or you want to win over the win over the competition in the market with available resources, then we use the strategy. And the strategy was initially was not a big subject in India, but in IIT they started this only in 50s 1950s and 1960. It evolved as a strategic management, how to manage the strategy into the business in the business activities. Then it has become a separate field. Now they have even MBA, specialized field of a specialized field in MBA also, that we have seen. And we have also seen how the strategy is being formulated. I told you that first we have to do the environmental scanning and then we have to formulate the strategy. So before formulating strategy, we should know what is our strength and weakness, what is external opportunity and threat, and then from there you develop your vision and mission and then objective, and then finally you generate the strategy. After generating the strategy, we do the implementation and measure, evaluate the performance. Then we have seen what is the strategic leadership. Strategic leadership basically talks about the quality of the leader, right, in framing the strategy, right, and then implementing, communicating with the with the team members, and then you achieve the organization goal with available resources, right. So that is what is the strategic leadership that we have seen. We have also discussed about what are the qualities of the the strategic leadership. He should have the communication, visionary, forecasting. He should know, right. He should also know about the planning premises, right, all that we have seen. And then we have also discussed about the strategic planning. Strategic planning is the first stage in which that you estimate what is going to happen, you forecast what is going to happen with available resources. That is what we have discussed about the strategic planning. And we have also discussed the cycle, strategic planning cycle we have discussed. And this is the most important one. I told you that every time you can look at this question, you can expect either in the part B or part C, right. So this question repeatedly comes. So I told you that what is a Porter 5 forces. It basically talks about in a market we have several threats. So I told you how to remember also: threat from the buyer, threat from the buyer, as well as supplier. So what is the threat that we get? Bargaining capacity. If the buyer see, you take a simple example, buyer also use the strategy, right. So now you imagine a situation. Now we want to buy some reference study material for strategic management. So as a buyer, I wanted to order for how many number of students? 80 participants are here in today's session. So I want to order 80. Will I order at the same price, MRP price, or I will bargain for some discount? Obviously every one of us will involve in a bargaining for a discount, right? Because as a buyer, I'm going to buy a huge volume. So if I'm giving you huge volume, obviously I will also bargain. If you're not giving a favorable price, right, then obviously I will switch over to another seller. So that is one thread that we have. Other thread, supplier. Similarly, supplier also will tell. Supplier will come and say that if you want in a short while, I have to give you at this price only. So that is also a problem, right? So that is two thread. Other thread that we have beyond this, we also have the threat of a new entrant. What is a new entrant? The new if a new entrepreneur comes, then he becomes a competitor. When he becomes a competitor, then we have to use the different strategy with respect to functional strategy, that what we have discussed in this last class. The marketing, finance, HR, right, all that we have to change according to our according to the competitor. And the fourth one we have discussed about the substitute product. Substitute product basically talks about, in case if my product price goes up marginally, what is the other alternative they have. So that is why in a business, what as a executives, right, we should always keep in mind that if I do something in in a decision which I have already taken, if I change the decision, what are the possibilities, right, of positive reaction, negative reaction, both we have to take into consideration. Strategic management as a subject, right, it is not only useful for the business but also in everyday, day to day life also. You look at it, how many of us, we do implement the strategy, right? Strategy here, what I mean here, when we are talking to somebody, right, when we are putting some word to somebody in case of problem and all those things, what we should remember, we should also remember, if I use certain word, how that opposite person will react, right? So that is also a strategy. So before you go, you take example of this anchors, right? Anchor, television anchors, what they do before interviewing somebody, they do some basic work. So that is what is the you know these substitutes, right? In case if that person is not coming, if I ask this question, what would be his reaction? That reaction will come, what is my answer? Will I be able to tap my answer? So similarly, in the case of a business also, what we should do, we should also look at, if any decision I implement, right, in the business, what is going to happen, how the the customers are going to react, how the the suppliers are going to react. So that we should keep in mind. So that is what here they call it as threat of a substitute products. And the last one is, so all these things, they it is considered as a rivalry among the existing competitors. So existing competitors, they all attract this one, they all keep in mind. And then the problem, the competition keeps going. So also last class I told you competition commission, right? So competition commission when it comes, so any merger, any activity, any agreement, any any combination which is killing the competition, then the competition commission of India will come, and then what the order they will give, they will give penalization penalty, or they will redo the merger, right? So that is what is the consequences that we have seen. Business policy formulation that we have seen. What is a business policy? Business policy is the the set of rules, guidelines developed by the organization to govern how the company is going to go. So in this, I told you one important element is that the value system, right? So strategy, many a times, what people understand, strategy means cheating somebody, right? It is not the right term. It is not the right term. Cheating, in the sense, if it becomes intentionally, you cheat somebody, then it becomes a fraud, right? So the moment you get the name, the moment your company is being recognized as a fraud company, a cheater company, then you will have to lose your customers. So the strategy is different from the cheating. Strategy means what? You have you have scarcity in time, scarcity in time, resources, money, all this, human resources, anything you take into consideration, when it comes to implementation, you have a lot of problem, constraint. With that constraint, how are we going to implement, how are we going to achieve the organization goal, right? So when you talk about the philosophy, company's philosophy, company policies, then it talks about the value system, ethics, and all these things, it comes. So whenever you talk about business policy, strategy, how we are going to implement under the value system of the organization. So how these business policies evolved in 60s, right? In 50s only, this IIM and all brought into the concepts. So this we have already discussed in the first slide itself: strategic development, formulation, and then action, implementation, and execution, and review. And we have also discussed the difference between mission and vision. I told you that vision is broader, as it's open towards the future. Vision is a broader statement, and a mission statement bringing the vision down to the implementation level, that is called as a vision, mission, right? So this is what we have seen. And we have also seen the stages of the corporate, different types of strategy. So at corporate level, business strategy, functional, operating strategy. So two level, you have to remember that corporate strategy, they always make it at the top level, but ultimately implementation comes at the operating strategy only. In between what is happening, it is at the execution level. So that is why there is a clear cut interaction is there. Interaction happens with the practical difficulties also taken into consideration. So creative value creation frontier we have discussed. So in the case of value creation frontier, which talks about either two things that as a businessman we can concentrate only two things. One is differentiation, product differentiation, uniqueness, innovation, and all those things, where if you look at this differentiation strategy, you cannot focus on the price. If you want to achieve the cost leadership, then you cannot bring the innovations. So the different types of function strategy that we have discussed, and today's class what we are going to discuss about the strategic analysis and planning. So your fourth chapter second third chapter basically emphasize more on the these techniques of the strategy, right? How you can what are the different techniques are there, how it is going to be related relevant to our to the in decision making, strategic decision making. That is what we are going to discuss today in today's class. And today first one is situational analysis. As I just now I told you that you have to see the situation. Depending on the situation, now we are going to take the decision. We are going to change the policy, the strategy which we have already framed. So basically speaking, initial stage we frame the strategy through the business policy. From business policy you implement the strategy. Yes. Now after implementing, you see the condition, macroeconomic condition when it comes. What are the things that you can remember? Macro condition when it comes. 1 minute. Okay, so macroeconomic condition when it comes, you have to see the economic condition of a country, right? Economy, government. When you say government, with change in the government, political change in the political structure, law, amendments. Now you take example of GST, Companies Act 2013, when it was implemented in 2014 and 2017, and a lot of business they have made the strategy. What is the strategy? One big example that we can say, private companies were having a lot of advantage when it comes to the compliances, right? Private companies were given a lot of relaxation with respect to compliances and all those things. So lot of unlisted public company, what they started doing it, they converted the public company into a private company to take an advantage. So when there is a change in the law, the situation is changed. Whatever strategy, whatever business formulation, strategic planning that we have done, it is not going to be implemented as we planned, because of the changes happen in a country with respect to economic, government, law, technology, and ecological. And then other one is when it comes market analysis, market size, market trend, market profitability, distribution channel, key success factors, and all this we have to keep in mind. So when there is a change happens with respect to market size, market trend, and all those things. And customer analysis. What is a customer analysis? Again, customer size. When the customer size increases, the simplest equation we should remember, when the customer size increases, the demand increases. When the demand increases, we have to increase the supply. But when you increase the production, you have to obviously reduce the price. Then only you'll be attract the customers. Otherwise, the threat of the new entrant will be a big threat for us. So that is what here they are talking about. Size of the market, demographic when it comes, who is the major buyer of my product, whether married or unmarried, male or female, right? Or elderly people, senior citizen, or a normal citizen. All that we have to keep in mind, and accordingly we have to make one example. We can see that the Horlicks, we can take one example of a Horlicks. What happened in the case of customer analysis? So when women are also being a big size in the customers in India. So the Horlicks company, they've also invented a new product called women Horlicks. So here their focus is to address the issues related to the women, right? So that is what is the demographic, buying expectation and buying motivation, purchasing practices, right? How often they buy the product, right? And then can we increase? So how often they buy the how often they buy the product? We can take one example. Now if you look at the a lot of example we can see. Initially there was the sachet was there, and the sachet, if you have to cut, people, cut in the at the edge, people cut at the edge only, so they can save it also, that sachet packets. But nowadays what the company is doing, company is giving a edge in a, dotted line. They are keeping it, to make it, you have to cut it at a bigger size, so that you have to use it only one time, you cannot store it. So that kind of a strategy is also a customer analysis, consumer analysis. And SWOT analysis, when it comes, you have to see the internal, external threat and opportunity, as well as strength and weakness, right? The two components of a strength and weakness are internal, other two are external. So SWOT analysis basically talks about, SWOT means what? Strength. That means first you read what is your strength and weakness, then you go, right? So that, this is a traditional approach where we talk about, you take example of our, we are preparing for the examination, we are preparing for the competition, we are preparing for a match, right? Cricket match. So what do? We look at our strength, our team strength, right? Who are the members, who is good at bowling, who's good at batting, right? So based on the internal, then you compare ours with the competitor, right? Then you make the strategy. So that is the traditional approach. So here they talk about, first you identify what is internal strength, internal weakness, and then you identify what are the threat that from the this one, what are the opportunity. So all that we do, that is what is called as a situational analysis. What is a SWOT analysis? SWOT analysis basically talks about strength of the internal component. What knowledge we have. You take example of our examination. Now all of you are going to write second semester MBA examination, so, right? So in this case, what we do, before, applying for the examination or after applying for the examination, we assess our knowledge. Our competitors are, pushing boxes, but we know system, networks, programming, and data management, etc., as our knowledge. Yes, I have a knowledge on this subject. And relationship selling, that we get to know our customers one by one, right? So now I know, first semester I have already written, I've got the result, right? I've got the result. Now I know how to write, how to secure good marks. That I know what are the mistakes that I have done in the last semester, that I'm going to correct it this semester. And then you also look at the history. Weakness, price and a volume. Sir, I am from a non-commerce, non-accounting, so these subjects, no mathematical operation, research or research methodology and all, no, I'm finding it difficult. So you have to look at the price and a volume and brand power, right? Brand power. Yes, if I am, if a Pondicherry University degree comes, then that's good. I'm going to get the recognition. I'm going to get the promotion. So you see the weakness in case if I'm not getting it. If I'm getting MBA from some other university, what is going to happen, right? There are lot of other universities are there, right? Where we people also call it as, if you write 40 pages, you will get and all. These are the myths. These are the myths. Like last time also I told you. So weaknesses, when you talk about, if you want to achieve your strength, what is your weakness? Sir, I can't write for 3 hours because I've studied some few years back. Now I have been, put up in a job, and now if you're asking me to write, speed is not coming, right? That also you need to consider. Opportunity and threat from the outside. Okay, so here they've also put this strategy. They've given, the, in a nutshell, the strategies they've given. Internal factors, when it comes, internal factors, strength and a weakness, multi-distribution strategy, high customer engagement, celebrity endorsement, growing cross with demand. And weakness, when it comes, excessive commercialization, low market share. So though you have excessive commercialization, but you have low market share, single product line, you don't have other products, right? You are concentrating only one product. In case if the competitor took over your product, right, taking over your product, or they use some strategy, for bringing celebrity endorsement and all those things, and our product will be lost, right? Our product will be nowhere. So that are the weaknesses. Example. Opportunity, when it comes, niche market is the at the edge, right? You take, advantage. That is the, borderline, which is going to be decided who is going to take over, right? Niche market. So niche market, in a simple term, you can say that, see, the big sellers are selling the product, and there will be some gap will be there. When you take the advantage of that gap, is called as a niche market. Target groups, untapped untapped market, right? And then emerging markets. And threats when it comes, competitors. Who are the competitor, their strength and weakness, right? All that we have to take into consideration. Counterfeits, replicas in secondary market, the duplicate products. And then, or instead of duplicate product, you can say that, in a strategic way, it is called as a alternatives, right? Alternatives or substitutes. Targets only focus group. So what is the strategy you can take in case of a strength and opportunity? That's the best thing that ever can happen to in the business, right? Strength and opportunity, strength one and opportunity one. So you can invest into the designing new shoes for different field of sports and fashions to increase the market coverage. So you are also specialized and you are also having the advantage. They say untapped market or niche market. So in that situation, what you do, you can take, venture into the business, you take advantage. So similarly here, weakness and opportunity, you have a weakness but you also have the opportunity. Investing into untapped market and will increase the brand value and increase the market value. Similarly, in the case of 3 and 1, right? What is the 3? The target only focus group, and you are having the strength, right? That's focus group. I told you that in case of elderly people, if you are concentrating, the woman Horlicks is already there. So for elderly people, Complan company can bring something for elderly people, right? So elderly people, bone strengthening or giddiness, sugar free, that kind of a thing you can bring for the elderly people. Even Horlicks, that I would like to tell that sugar free Horlicks also there. So that is what is a focus group. Focus group, that is your strength, right? You are already making a Horlicks. Now you are going to focus on the elderly people or diabetic people. Then it is called as a focus group. And then weakness and threat, right? This is a very very dangerous one, very very dangerous one, because if you are not concentrating on this, then you will be lost in the market, right? Your product or your business will be shut down, only no product will be demanded. That's a very very highly risky. So in that situation, what kind of strategy you can do? So here they are calling it as improve current appeal to create a single product line to take competitors out the market. So when you are having multiple products, now you have to concentrate on the single product so that you can win over the confidence of the investor, competitor. Now, traditional SWOT analysis, which talks about start from the internal perspective, strength and weakness, and then go to where? Go to opportunities. But a TOWS analysis is just opposite, right? TOWS is just opposite of a TOWS and SWOT analysis. Here they are talking about. Yes, a lot of answers are coming that I didn't see. Yes. Yeah, I'll add myself in the WhatsApp group. Yes, I will do that. It's work. University is working out on these results. This is unit the 2 and 3. See, I am not going as per the the study material. What I will do, I will, because this study material which I have prepared, it is not only from our study material, DD study material, but I also referred some of these professional course study material like a CS, CMA, CA, all that I have referred. I'll give you that reference also at the end. I'll show you also. I don't have any knowledge on that. Yes, Aziz, your answer is right. Unemployment is a correct one. Yeah, somebody quoted the page number also. Thank you, whoever has quoted. Rajiv Kumar sir, thank you so much for quoting the number, because I'm following the PPT. As we have only 6 hours, I have to complete the syllabus, so I'm going little faster, not reading the answers, the questions. I'll read at the end. So you should know the difference between traditional SWOT and TOWS analysis. Here they talk about whether you take first you check your internal aspects or external aspects. That is what you have to see. So here in the case of SWOT analysis, I told you strength and weakness we have to concentrate, and then we have to map that strength and weakness with the opportunity and threat. So here in the case of TOWS matrix, here what they are talking about, this is nowadays what is happening, blue ocean strategy. This also I told you in the last class. Blue ocean strategy is like a ocean where you cannot find what you want, right? So for that, first what you have to do, you have to see what is outside. what is outside, external things you have to see, and then you come inside, right, internal. So that is why TOWS analysis, you see what is a threat and opportunity, because what is going to happen, you're not only putting your money, you're also bringing the shareholders money, external money. So when you're investing external money, you should be very careful, because if something happened, you should be responsible. So you're responsible towards the various stakeholders, right? So that is why. And also in a Companies Act, you must be knowing the promoter, when he is failure, when he did not repay the amount of deposits, shareholder debenture amount, interest, tax payment, and all those things, you are not allowed to access the capital market. So that penal provision, when it comes, that is also a big problem. So that we have to keep in mind. So that is why TOWS analysis is a modern analysis. It's considered as a modern analysis. You have to see, before starting a business, we cannot see what knowledge I have, right? See, nowadays what is happening now, when we go to the market, there is a nice joke also there. Even the educated, when you go, there are people, it's a joke only, please consider that as a joke. When you go to the market and you go to the tailor shop, and the tailor is charging so much money, then you will compare that, the profession with our salary. See, I'm getting this much salary, and the tailor is getting, better salary, so I should shift my profession from that, from I being an IT or executive, I should move to this one. So this is what we do. We compare not ours. First, we see what is happening in the market, and then we compare ours. So that is why TOWS analysis, you see what are the opportunities, what are the threats are there, right? If I start my business, will I be able to give that price? That means that you're going to compare only with the external first, and then you come to the internal. And the next one is next technique is that see, so far what we have discussed, what we have discussed when it comes to the tools and techniques of strategy. One, we have discussed about the Porter 5, we have discussed, right? Porter 5 we have done. And then another one, we have discussed about the situational analysis. In the situational analysis, we have discussed about the first concept. We have discussed about the concept called the economic analysis, market analysis, consumer analysis, and then SWOT analysis. So that's third part. Fourth one, we have discussed about the SWOT analysis. And fifth one, we have discussed about the TOWS analysis, TOWS, threat, opportunity, weakness, and strength, right? So these are the five we have done. Sixth one, we are going to talk about the network analysis. What is a network analysis? Network analysis, basically, it's very much helpful for, like, we you must have heard the concept called decision tree analysis. Decision tree analysis in statistics, there's a concept called decision tree analysis. In decision tree analysis, what we do, before you take any decision, you see the alternatives. What are the alternatives? If it is successful, what are the options that I have? What is the probability of getting? So simple thing that in a financial management, you have a decision tree, technique, which talks about, if I'm starting a business, there is two options. One, a success, the other one is failure. In case of success, what is the percentage of options, right? What is the probability of success? So probability of success, again, we imply the sensitivity analysis. If the market is good, market is average, market is bad, right? Under three situation, what is my profit? If profit comes, what is my next plan, right? I'm going to expand my business. So if I'm starting another branch, again, I have to start. See, here in this case, what is happening, all my decision, I'm putting it as a branches of a tree. So why this is very much helpful, when you talk about this decision tree analysis, when you take a decision, when something goes wrong, you'll be able to go, identify the mistake and take corrective action. So similarly, network analysis, here they talk about, you put all the events based on the time and a cost. Based on the time and a cost, you frame your, the frame the network means what? When you are starting the event, how much cost required for each event, and then when you complete, what are the different ways in which you can achieve your, the goal. That is what is basically called as a network diagram. So in the case of network diagram, what's here they are calling it as Here they are calling it as they give you the this particular chart. I think you will be studying even in the operation research, right? Operation research, there is a important chapter, or in next semester also this chapter will come. Project management also, this chapter is very very important. So in this case when it comes, right, so what they will give you the index and activity description. And for each event there is a predecessor. What is this predecessor means, when I'm starting a job, before that I have to complete certain events. So say for example, I'll tell you, product design and inception market research, you don't need anything. That is the first and foremost work. But in case of product production analysis, even C can be started only after product design and inception. Without the product design we cannot do analysis. So that is why C is depending on A, D is depending on A, E is also depending on A. So this is a required predecessor. So in this one, what we are doing, each one takes the duration. So here they have given. Now what we are going to do, 1 minute, let me take the board. Okay, in this one, what we are going to talk about is for each event. Now we know the A and B events are independent. A and B events are independent. But when it comes to C event is depending on A, D event is also depending on A, and E event is also depending on A. Right? So all the three are depending on A. So that they have framed it. And then what we are going to do, they have also given, F is depending on C. F is depending on C. And then G is depending on D. G is depending on D. And then H is depending on B. I is depending on H, right? And then J is depending on all these things, right? So now we have framed, we have drawn the this network. We have drawn the network. Now what we are going to do, we are going to add these values, right? This one is 5. This one is 5. B is 1. It takes 1 week. One. C is going to take 2 weeks. D is going to take 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Like that we have. Now what we are going to do, we are going to see what are the different options through which you can achieve this, complete the work. Now you look at it, when you look at this one, that is ADGJ, right? One option is there. Second option is ACFJ. We have second option. Third option, AEHIJ we have, and then BHIJ we have. So 4 paths we have. In these 4 paths, the largest number, right? The longest duration which takes, that is considered as a critical path. Critical path method, CPM method. CPM means what? Under network technique, we have a concept called critical path. So in the critical path method, we do what we do in a critical path. We do what is the critical path? Critical path in the sense, see these paths. The first path is going to take the highest time, 13 weeks. So if you mess up in any one of the any one of the transaction, any one of the activity, what is going to happen? Then you will be struck. This will be more also. So that means identifying the critical path will help the business to concentrate on the event to complete within the stipulated time. If you are not concentrating, this will get delay. When this completion gets delayed, the project completion also getting delayed. So that's very very important concept that we should remember. So this is what is called as a critical path. Critical path basically talks about yes, Priya ma'am, that I will share. I will share at the end. I have already created this Google Drive. The drive link I will share at the end of the class, right? Please wait for another 15 minutes. I will share these details. So all of you could follow this critical path method, I believe. So what has happened, you should understand what is critical path. Critical path means the longest path. The longest path in the network diagram is called as a critical path, which conveys that if you have every business should concentrate on the critical path. Otherwise, that's going to give a big trouble, big problem in the future. And what is this PERT? Right? This is a CPM. Other one is called PERT. Other one is called as a PERT. What is this PERT here? It means project evaluation and review technique. So this basically was brought, right, initially was implemented in the army military purpose only. It was used. Why? In case of PERT, in case of a military military activity, military operation, what happens, you have to use the strategy. What kind of strategy? With available resources, whatever resources that you have, whatever time you have, whatever manpower that you have, within which you have to fight. You with that resources only, with available resources, you have to fight. So that is why project evaluation, you have to check, keep reviewing the project evaluation, what is the resources, then and there you have to do, and then only you can come to the conclusion. So for taking a strategy, you have to do the project evaluation. So now here what they are talking about, here we have to use the two technique. One is mean value, other one is standard deviation. So what is the mean value here? They are talking about pessimistic plus 4 most likely plus optimistic divided by 6. If you use this formula, then you will be able to get the mean value. So in case of a standard deviation, the square root of o minus p, right, optimistic minus pessimistic divided by 6 whole square. Right? So this is the formula. This formula and all you don't need to remember, but I'm telling you the concept that what is the difference. In case of PERT, the time duration will be given, right? But in case of PERT, they will give you the sensitivity analysis. See if what is this pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic. Your competitor, your enemy country, if in a positive situation, how they will react, in a negative situation, how they will react, and in a average, in a normal situation, how they will react. So you make an average of these three and then you take a decision. That is why under PERT technique, what we do the mean value. Pessimistic, 4 most likely plus optimistic, so average when you add 6. So that is why you are making it average. In this, time will be given where time will be given in the case of a CPM. Time will not be given, but under 3 situation they'll give you the possibilities. From that you have to calculate the PERT. Okay, now basic difference between PERT and CPM, because what kind of question they can ask you in this particular topic is that how this PERT and CPM are helpful in the in strategic management. So you can say network diagram is very much helpful in in saving the time and cost and resources. That is one thing, and also it helps you to estimate the longest paths through critical path. And also in case of if you do not know the critical path, you will be given optimistic time and pessimistic time and most likely time. From that you can make average, and you can also further you can find out the critical path. It also helps you to reduce the cost, right? That is what is called as a, you can also reduce the cost and time by using the nodes. Now you see the differences. What is the difference? Next important question is that difference between PERT and CPM. So the meaning of PERT is a project management technique used to manage uncertain activities of a project. You do not know. That is why I gave you the example of a army, right? In case of military operations, you do not know what kind of resources they have. You do not know. See, if you finish everything, then they will, whatever resources they have, if they have better resources than us, then we will be finished, right? So that is why it is uncertain. But in the case of critical path method, is a statistical technique of a project management that manages well-defined activities of a project. So it is for sure, it is uncertainty, but you have a certainty to some extent. what is a technique for planning and control of time. But in case of critical path, it is not only the time but also the cost. Orientation, it is event orientation. Only when the event occurs you will be able to implement. But here CPM is based on the activity. Model, okay, evolution, it's a research and development project, right? Research and development project, that's why I told you also, initially it was in the military, but subsequently it was also used in the research and development, right? How much time will it take to complete the project, right? So that is what is being told here in the case of this one. And evolves as a construction project, right? In case of construction, you should not see only the time but also the cost, right? You should not see only the time but also the cost involvement. Model, probabilistic, right? Probabilistic means what it is, you do not know what is going to happen, so that is why it is uncertain, probabilistic. But this is an well-defined activity, that is why it is called as a deterministic model. It is focused on time, it is cost, time cost trade-off, right? And then time cost trade-off, when it comes, what here they talking about, the more time you have, it consumes more cost, right? So the time cost consumption needs to be taken into consideration. Appropriate for high precision time estimates and reasonable time estimate. Management of unpredictable activity, you do not know what is going to happen, right? Then you can use the PERT technique. But in other cases you can use the repetitive nature, right? Predictable activity and unpredictable activity, this is non-repetitive in nature, this is repetitive. Why it is non-repetitive? You do not know whether the your enemy country will react in the same situation, you do not know, so that is why it is non-repetitive. And then because why it is non-repetitive also, we need to understand that when you are doing whatever strategy that we use today, tomorrow our competitor will adopt the same thing. So whatever strategy you use, it is not going to be, we cannot use it in the long run. And then critical and non-critical activity is no differentiation, but here you can differentiate. And suitable for research and development product, non-research projects like a civil construction, shipbuilding, etc., you can use it in the case of a CPM, right? So this is the
So,
network
what is the full form of PERT?
project evaluation and review technique. Project evaluation and review technique.
Okay,
Project
sir. Thank
evaluation and review technique.
you. Yeah.
Okay, the next one, what we are going to do, see, again I'm telling you that these pictures are are taken it from the Google. These pictures are taken it from the Google. I've also given the link then and there, so that in case if anybody who wish to get more detail, more insight, you can go through this link and you will get it in detail. And what is BCG matrix, right? Boston Consulting Group matrix, that is what BCG means, Boston Consulting Group. So this is also yet after this SWOT and TOES analysis, this is yet another important technique, right? Yet another important technique. They can ask you, how does this work? How does this work? That we should know. So in the case of BCG matrix, what it is, Boston Consulting Group, they have invented this matrix. That is why it is called after their consulting group, Boston. And it is the BCG matrix, also known as the Boston or growth share matrix, provides a framework for analyzing products according to growth and market share, right? How is it going to grow? The matrix has been used since 1968. So this is one of the oldest strategy. So that is why it is very, very important to help companies gain insights on what products best help them capitalize on the market share growth. So here basically, if you look at the chart, on one side, again I'm telling you, this is one very, very important thing. See, if you are following these PPT notes which I'm sharing, follow this one. Otherwise, follow the study material. I told you even in the beginning only, the more and more chart and all you put, you'll be able to recall during the examination. That means you will not forget. And the second one, you don't need to explain in detail. If you put the chart for say for example essay type questions, if you put the chart, you explain, and considerable page you will be able to address it. and the picture also represents that you know the concepts well, right? So that is why the pictorial representation is very very essential. That is why throughout my the presentation, maximum side that I have given the the chart forms. So when you are writing a chart, follow one chart, because different the website, different books, they have different formats. So some places they give the market growth rate on the down, and the strategic for relative market share on the on the x-axis. So that is why you have to keep in mind, whatever you follow, you have to follow it in the right one. Because in the short questions, right, they will ask you, what is the dogs strategy, what is the star strategy, it represents under BCG matrix, like that. So for that, you should know the chart thoroughly. BCG matrix basically talks about the market growth rate and relative market share. In this one, right, when market growth rate is also low, relative market share is also low, then it is called as a dog, right? Your situation is considered as a dog, which means what? They stay idle, sleep, they don't be active, you have to feed them, that kind of a activity. So that is why these kind of the products, these kind of products are considered as a dog. They will not move it, there is no scope and all these things. And on the other side, when the higher market growth is there, but market relative market share is very very low, then it's a question mark. You can say that, what did I do, why my market share is high, right? That is, market growth rate is very very high, company is not making profit, suddenly market share is very high. This works only in the short run, this works only in the short run, because in the long run you will not be able to take advantage. So in this situation, what kind of strategy you have to use it? In the short run, you have to try to improve your quality. And then the next one is, when your relative market share is high, but market growth is very low, then it is considered as a cash growth. That means what? Sell it, take advantage, sell your product and take advantage. That is why it's called as a cash cow. And the last one is stars. When both market growth and market share both are high, then it is called as a star. Both are called as a star. So what are the portfolio level analysis you can do? Dogs means what? Dogs hold low market share and compared to competitors, and operate in a slowly growing market, right? So that's why I told you that this doesn't work, this doesn't. Yes, Aziz has raised your hand. Any doubt?
Sir, this difference between cash cows and stars, it both are seems to be similar. Can you
No,
little bit explain?
yes, I'll do that, sir. See, I'll tell you that I'll give you the simplest example. I'll tell you. You're having the shares of Reliance. You're having the shares of Reliance, right? You're having the shares of the Reliance. When you're having the shares of the Reliance, the relative market share, right? What you have is very very high, very very high. But there is no growth. When there is no growth, you're holding so many number of shares in the market, that is not going to give you any capital appreciation. In that case, what will you do? You sell it and cash it, right? But other side, you're having low market, very very market share you are having in your hand. What share you have? Very very less number of shares that you have, but that market price is gone up. Say for example, when the Royal Enfield company, when they came back again to the market, the share price has gone up like anything. Growth was very much, so much of margin, it's not marginal, so much of difference was there. So that was a question mark. Why suddenly this company shares have gone up? What happened to the market? So that is what is called as a question mark. Is it clear to you, sir? Did I make it myself clear to you?
Yes, sir, that is clear.
Yes. Now moving on to the the strategy. When you look at it, so what is a cash cow they are talking about? Cash cows are the most profitable brands, and should be milked to provide as much as cash possible. When this is a profitable situation, when you have to sell it, then only you can make the cash. Question mark means Question mark are the brands that holds low market shares in fast growing markets, consuming large amount of cash, right? So that's why I gave you the example of a Royal Enfield. And stars, it operates under both good situation, both market share and growth are high. It's a star, right? Lucky Charm. And after BCG, we have another matrix called ANSF matrix. What is this ANSF matrix? ANSF matrix here basically talks about market growth matrix, or the 4 ways to grow a business model. What are the 4 ways they are talking about? You have a product or services in the market, right? You have a product or services in the market, whether you are going to the existing market or new market. In case of existing market, you have to use the strategy called market penetration. And in case if you are going to the new market, you have to develop the product or service, new product, new services you have to produce. So that is what is called as a market in case of an existing market, we use what? Market penetration. In case of new market, you develop the new product. And in case of a new product and services, on the other side, right, on the service side, you have to use the diversification. In case of existing market, product development. So here what basically they're talking about whenever you're entering into the market, you have to consider the market which you are entering is new market or existing market or new market. In case of new market, you have to see the diversification example. If you are having single line product, only one product, right? If you're using only toothpaste, if you're selling only toothpaste, you can also bring mouthwash, the tongue cleaner, brush, and all you can produce alongside. So here you are bringing the diversification. Market development and diversification are the one product which you are from your field, you are also diversifying. The other one, when it comes existing products, when it comes market penetration, which talks about price, right? Price differentiation. What is the price differentiation? You introduce your product at a low price. Penetration, you remember, to the price penalty is being imposed. So penetration means what? Introduce all your product at a low price, so that existing customer will be ready to buy your product, and then later on, slowly you can increase it. And develop product development. When you are having product, that product you develop, instead of developing the new product, you develop the existing product. You bring the innovations. Say for example, in the case of iPhone, you take example of iPhone product development. They keep bringing some innovations, differentiation. Then that is called as a product development. And the next one, product life cycle. What is a product life cycle? So each product has a life cycle, stages of the product or industry, or the service, whichever you can consider. When you are considering this initial stage, what is this initial stage? You have to see the various condition. What is the market size, right? Who is the competitor? What is the price at which you can sell? Who is the target audience, right? Who are the buyers? So based on that, you have to decide whether you are going to give the lower price or higher price fixation can be decided in this. So once you are successful here, you move to from introduction to the growth stage. In the growth stage, you have to decide whether to increase the price or not. That will be decided here. So at a maturity level, you have to decide about the differentiation, right? Product development you have to do, otherwise your product will go down. So in the case of product maturity stage, you have to consider, right? So far whatever you have gained, you have to take an advantage at the maturity level. At the same time, you should not give a chance to the competitor with respect to substitute product, price differentiation, and all this you should not give. And the last one, when it comes decline stage, it talks about what is the your product has attained the maturity. After maturity, what is going to happen? Your product will not be, you've increased the price to higher level, maximum level. So the customer base, the number size of the customer, market size come down. when it comes down, obviously the demand for your product comes down. When the demand for your product comes down, what you have to do, you should also look at the diversification, product development you have to see. That is what in the case of a product life cycle they are talking about, right? With this I conclude. I'll go to the last page. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so is it visible? Please click on this one. Otherwise, take a screenshot of this slide and using the Google Lens, you can access to the link. I think I have given something else out. Otherwise, 1 minute, I will share you this this one. 1 minute. Yes, I have shared the link. Is it accessible now? Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. See you next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The class is over, I suppose.
Yes, class is over.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.